A very good morning to everyone present here. With immense pleasure, I welcome all to Knowledge Engineering and Digital Library Design KEDLD 2025. Technical Session 5, a forum where ideas meet innovation and witness brilliant minds sharing their insights, research and expertise in various technical domains. We are truly honored to have Dr. B. Shutradhar, the librarian of Central Library at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and Joint Principal Investigator of the National Digital Library of India, NDLI, as the invited speaker of the session. We welcome you, sir, the dais. Now let us take a moment to extend our warmest welcome to the dignitaries of the session chairperson, Mr. Rajesh Singh, Delhi University. We welcome you to the sir. Please come on the dais. We are truly honored to have Dr. Naveen Upadhyay, Deputy Librarian at Srinivas Deshpande Library, Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, as the session co-chair. Sir, please come on the dais. For this session, our rapporteur is Mr. Shubhan Rai, who is the Chief Project Executive Officer, NDLI, IIT Kharagpur. Now we would like to felicitate our dignitaries. Now we would like to felicitate Naveen Upadhyay, Deputy Librarian. Next we like to felicitate Mr. Shubhan Roy. Now I hand over the session to Professor Naveen Upadhyay, our Deputy Librarian. Sorry. Now we hand over the session to Rajesh Singh, Librarian, Delhi University.
I welcome you all to this technical session and would like to request, without delaying or saying something in detail, would like to request Dr. B. Shutradhar, Librarian and Joint PI NDLI, my friend, best friend, Jimmy, Indian Prince of Russia, right? To please come and deliver your lecture. Afterwards, I will discuss with all of you how to conduct this panel session and then paper. My idea is we should go for the paper first and then we should go for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of this session, Dr. Rajesh Singh ji, my friend Dr. Nobin Upadhyay ji, and my colleagues Suvayan Roy, and all the participants, dignitaries, today's first session, and Professor Pavitra Mitra is there. Professor Pavitra Mitra, you are here, no? Okay. You have taken breakfast, sir? Huh? So this session is very important. It's not a session for NDLI, it is a session for everyone. So as you all know about the NDLI, I will not go in details. I will just give you in brief what we are doing and what we will be doing in the next phase. And I request all of you that during the panel discussion, if you have any suggestion for the future development of this National Digital Library, you please tell us so that we can go forward further. And today there is a little delay of breakfast. I hope tomorrow it will not happen. So anyway, so the National Digital Library of India is known for everyone now. So all the people who are working in the library, they must know, they all know. And then other than that, there are many teachers, many students. So they all know about the NDLI. So this, knowing the NDLI by many people, it is possible because of your support. So you all are the ambassadors for this National Digital Library development. You have all contributed for this development. I am so glad and happy. So it's not possible only for doing IIT Kharagpur. We have received support for everyone. And all my library colleagues, they wholeheartedly support to develop this National Digital Library. And then why we have developed, so that I will explain it. So before starting, I request all of you, please download the NDLI app, because tomorrow there will be a quiz session, and that quiz session, if you want to participate, you need to download this NDLI app. Those who have not yet downloaded, please go to the Google app, Google Play Store, and just write NDLI and you download it. It's very important. Now, why NDLI? NDLI, you know, we are managing the libraries, various type of libraries. So there are type of libraries like public library, special library, academic library, school library, college library, rural library, town library. So there are various type of libraries are there in our country. And all those libraries are facing problem basically for manpower and infrastructure and resources. So these are the common problem for everyone. So therefore, and other thing is that additional physical infrastructure and keeping the staff, extend the building is very difficult for every library. Then libraries are cutting the budget. Libraries are not getting sufficient budget to acquire the resources. That is the common practice nowadays. And also, we have one physical book, and that physical book will be able to access only the one person. So multiple users cannot be accessed, the same content. That is one of the reasons. And then most of the public library, even my library also, books are missing, books are hiding, books are damaging. So if the book, which is very important, if it is missing or damaged or not readable, then it's a loss for, a big thing for the library. And that copy will not be available for you the further. And one more important thing, that the knowledge should be democratized. Everybody should have access to the resources. This is the one thing. And other thing is that we have to support the national policy, National Education Policy 2020. So these are the things. That's why the National Digital Library build up. Now, if you go the history of the National Digital Library of India, you must know, because nowadays many universities, they have included NDLI in the syllabus. So the student, they have to appear examination about the question will be asked from NDLI and the student will have to be answered. So they should know details about NDLI. Therefore, the NDLI start in 2015, just a small, portal, and gradually it increased the resources, and finally 2018 it has been officially launched by our minister. And also we are increasing the resources, we are developing the portal, providing so many facilities, adding every day new feature that we are adding based on the feedback and the information received from the users. So this is a beautiful thing is that this National Digital Portal can be available to access from your mobile app, your tab, desktop, laptop, any type of device you will be able to access it. Now in brief, just I'll give the information about NDLI. So I just request you today, tomorrow there will be a quiz. Okay, whatever session the speaker talk, so maybe some question will be asked. So you please listen carefully, and you may be winner of this quiz and get a cash prize, a good amount. Okay, so please listen carefully. So as on today we have more than 13 crore plus content. I don't know exactly what is the situation today. Can Sobayan can tell how much content today? 13.8 crore, but we are going to reach 14 crore very soon. Next quarter we will be reaching 14 crore. So and the beautiful thing that is cover almost all languages. 400 plus languages are there, out of which 39 Indian language contents are there, and all are searchable. So we are also offering access from your home, so user can access the resources from your home. And during the COVID period, I just tell you, this is a history. So its use is so increased because there is no library open. So only the National Digital Library of India provides service, a special type of service. And then whatever infrastructure we have built in software and portal, everything, that's built on open access. And either open access or we have developed our own. So we have not purchased any commercial software for design and development of this portal. Then there are a lot of search facility which are not available in any portal. You please visit other international digital library. None of the digital library, the way we are providing the search facility, browsing facility, no digital libraries, this type of features are there. So this is very user-friendly portal, and also we have developed more than 7,000 NDLI clubs. This is another avenue of this National Digital. This National Digital Lab is a portal, and then NDLI is another portal, and these two portals are interlinked between two. So as on today, we have developed 7,000 NDLI clubs throughout our country. It's a big challenge for us, but we are still doing. Now, we are also providing the IDR services. Suppose the library which do not have the infrastructure, manpower, but they have the content. So where they will content upload? So National Digital Library is providing the free IDR service, cloud-based IDR service to the libraries who are approaching us. So if you have any content in your library, you please send a request to us. We will be creating you for a IDR for your library. It looks like this IDR is for you, not for NDLI. Okay, it is a cloud-based service. It is a free service. So as on today, one important thing that 1 crore people have registered this NDLI portal. And I want that through your support and through your help, it can increase further. So I request all of you, please do it. Now, key issue that NDLI address in India. One is the access inequality. The access is not available for everyone. So, reduce the rural-urban socio-economic gap in ability of quality learning resources. That gap we have to fill it up. Then language barrier is also important. These are the challenges for our country. We have lot of languages, lot of contents are there, and contents are not available to access. Then the resources are scattered, that we have to integrate. Then affordability is also important, because before NDLI, none of the digital library is providing free access to the users. So NDLI is completely free, and we are buying resources for you. So this is the one thing. Another is research and innovation gap. That is also very important, that we are trying to fill it up. Limited examination preparation resources, because the rural people, they do not have any coaching center access, and they do not have the money to send their students to the coaching center. There is a huge cost involved. So based on that, we have decided that why not NDLI will create such type of services for the rural people. The urban people, they have money, they can send their child in the coaching center and then they can study. But for rural people, where they will get the resources? Therefore, we are creating resources for them, like JEE question paper, GATE question paper, NEET question paper, and then CSR NET question paper. So all these things that we are creating, and this is the creation by us only. It's not getting from any other sources. So that we are providing to the user to access the question paper and solution, and also we will have the mock test type of thing, so that they can, the student can appear and they can judge themselves how far they have, prepared for their examination. So these are the things are very important for this National Digital Library. Lack of accessibility is also one of the major things, and then support. This is the mandate by Government of India, Ministry of Education, that this NDLI should support the NEP 2020. So all these things are very important. These are the key issues. Now, learner benefit from the NDLI. What are the benefits the learner will get it? Quality, authenticity, that is very important, because when you are accessing the resources, you are providing citation from where you will get the resources. So if the resources are not authentic, it will be question mark. You may get the resources from Google and there is no authenticity, but this NDLI will give you the authentic information so that you can cite it. Now, the search is very important for any digital library. What is digital library? Digital library, digitization and then put it in the server. It's not a digital library. Digital library's beautiful thing is that search. Whatever information I will get, I should get immediately. By author I can search, by title I can search. So 14 crore content that which you have received from various sources, all the sources that we have curated. We have curated. Unless and we curated those resources, the search result will not give you accurate. Otherwise it will like a Google. First two resources will give you the exact information, rest of the things are not relevant for you. So this is the challenge for us, and so many people are involved to curate the resources, and we are trying our best that exact information they should get from NDLI portal. Then free and open access, that is very important. NDLI is totally free and should open for everyone. And then inclusive for Indian learners, and then self-learning environment, and then trustworthy. So these are the benefit the learner will get from the NDLI. Now this NEP 2020, if you use this National Digital Library of India portal, and if you set up a NDLI club in your library, you will be able to fulfill some of the clauses of the NEP 2020. When the NAT visit will come to your library, they will see whether you have a NDLI club in your library or not, whether you have a NDLI access or not. All these things they will ask, and based on that you will get some marks. So we are trying our best to fulfill the clauses which are mentioned in the NEP 2020 through our National Digital Library. So now, as you know, many of you already know and you have accessed the National Digital Library. In spite of that, I want to show you, those who are new, So these are the main vertical of the resources. We have 14 crore resources, so and different type of resources. So we have classified and kept in different portal like school education, higher education, career development, research, newspaper archives, patent and standard, judicial resources, and cultural archives. So these are the 8 different type of vertical in which the resources are, integrated. Suppose some of the students, they are studying in class 8. They don't need the resources which are not relevant for it. They will go to the school vertical and they will get the resources about their school education. So this way, the search will be very effective and they will get the exact information. Now this is the landing page. When you access the NDLI, this will show like this. So you select any of this vertical or bucket, you will get the resources. Have you seen the NDLI? You have access. Very good. Thank you. So now the most important thing that the search of the National Digital Library and any digital library, beautiful thing is that metadata of the content. So there is an article, there is a book, there is a photograph, there is a painting, there may be a report, there is a newspaper. So every content, they have different type of metadata structure. So we have to input the exact information of that content. So there are various type of metadata standards. So what we have done a common metadata schema for all type of resources can be integrated, can be curated, and then it can be integrated so that the user will get the exact information. So this is our metadata standard. All you are the library science people, and you must know what is the importance of the metadata for the digital library. And unless and until you curate your resources, you will not get the exact information from that portal. So this is most important. That's why the library science people are very much required. Okay. So this is most important for our project, and our people are doing very nicely. So now, what is the architecture? Such a huge, content we are keeping in our server. So it's required and it's mandate that we should provide 24/7 services. It should not be off for a moment. So we have kept our server into different 2 places. One is Kolkata, one is Kharagpur. So one server system is down, then another server will up. So there will be a very limited gap of time. It will be available. So we have data store that is called portal, that main portal, and then we have web portal, and then we are also providing API services and applications. So these are the 3 vertical in which this data are stored, and this is the architecture of the National Digital Library. And these are the servers that we are maintaining. We have more than 102 servers kept in 2 different locations. One set of servers kept in Kharagpur, one set of servers kept in Kolkata center, so that it will run if either one is not working, another one is up. So this is the way we are maintaining the server. How much time, sir? I have 5 minutes. Okay, so these are the brief about the primary services. As I already told that we are providing you free IDEA services. You are from Bombay, you have IDEA? Hello, madam. No, you Bangalore. So you have an IDEA in your library. Why? So National Digital Library is providing free IDEA service to everyone. Why not you approach? Okay, so this is a very important session. You write down everything. Lot of things you can take away from this symposium, and you will utilize this facility in your library. So this is the service that we are providing. Yesterday, Ramesh Gaur came. He is a director from IGNCA, and we have given him 5 TB space free of cost to store their data in that cloud system. See, it's a free. If you buy it from Amazon or any service provider, You have to pay huge amount, not only 1 year, every year you have to pay. We are giving you free. So this is the lacking of our library people, that in spite of having so many facilities providing by the NDLI, but you are not approaching us. You are not popularizing this facility to others. So that's why we call that we should have this seminar or symposium. People will come from all over the country and we'll give this message so that our NDLI services will increase and that usage will increase, and also we'll get some of the resources from it which are very important for us. So this is the important thing. So we are providing this ideal services. Not only that, we are also creating the NDLI club. It's a beautiful thing that you can do lot of activity-based learning facility in your library. Other things that I'll show you that we are planning that. So NDLI club already you know, and then I have already told. I do not have much time, so I'll not go. So this is a portal in which you can do lot of activity-based learning in your library. You can inform all the users in your library at one stroke. So there are a lot of benefits of NDLI club. So you can fulfill so many clauses in NAP 2020. Saptoshi, आपने करेছেন এটা? NDLI club in the library. Very good. So now this is the distribution of NDLI club. In which state, how many NDLI club we have set up? So Maharashtra is highest, and then gradually South. Very good. Thank you. So it's a very interesting thing, no? Yeah. So these are the ideal service. These are the institutions whom we provide free ideal service. So there are very important universities, institutions who have taken service from us, and we are. You have taken ideal service. Raise your hand. Yeah, he's from NIT Silchar. Recently he has taken our services. You have also taken, no? Yeah, thank you. So give a big hand to them. So I'll not. So these are the maps. Everywhere we are going and providing the workshop. We organize a workshop, invite the library people in their area, and then we tell them what is NDLI, how to access all these things. So like this, more than 3,000 such types of program. अरे मेरे को भी रुका रहा है सर, 2 मिनट दे दो. 2 मिनट. So you have learned from me. You have learned from me. Thank you. खत्म हो गया. So these are the ongoing activities. So there are a lot of things will come because there are a lot of things which are not available in this present NDLI portal, but we have studied and then we will be providing such type of facility. This is our next phase. Lot of new things are there. We have lot of ambition that next phase we will have lot of facility AI-based services. So I hope the second phase, third, fourth phase will be start from April 2026. And I request all of you, it should continue. It should not stop. Your support, your love and affection, this can be possible. You spread this message that NDLI should continue. Okay. So with this, I conclude a lot of things that we have done it. So these are the awards that we have received. So everything is credited. If you are doing good things, that somebody should appreciate it. So we have received more than 6 awards. Another 2 awards is waiting for us. Very soon we will get it. So with this, a lot of things that library people can do it, that we can help us, you can organize, you can make a poster, display in your library about NDLI. Like this, you can contribute to the NDLI. So this is dedicated to the nation. And together let us learn, share and grow. And this is a thank you very much. Complete?
Thank you, Dr. Sutridhar. National Digital Library of India. It's a pride for all of us, a pride of library professionals. It's a pride of our country. You know, I have been saying that he is Indian Prince of Russia. There is a reason. He made the same presentation at Russia. Am I right? And this presentation was highly discussed presentation and it was highly appreciated. So this was a presentation from the country to other country. Congratulations, sir. This is a pride for all of us. Now we have papers, 7 papers. I would like to know how many of authors are here. Mausiki Sinha, okay. Rosalind Raut, okay. Ajaya Kumar Saw and Rosalind Raut, right. Dr. V. Sutradhari is here. Satyabrata Acharya, okay. And then comes Sunam Shankar Behra, Dr. Archita Nanda, you are also there. And then Dr. G.J.P. Dikshit, okay. Dr. Devendra, you're there? Bhongade, yeah. And one more is Pallavi Dhoke, so you are also there. All the paper presenters are there. I request all the authors, please, Mausiki Sinha, please you come. I request all the authors to please concentrate on your findings. Just your methodology and findings. Don't go for introduction. We have limited time, so please try to conclude within 3 to 4 minutes.
It is available in the book proceedings. So
all the details are there in the proceedings, so you conclude, concentrate on your methodology and findings.
Good morning, all the delegates present here. I am Mausiki Singharai, Junior Software Engineer of National Digital Library of India, IIT Kharagpur. And my paper is BART-based relevance classification for focused web crawling in National Digital Library of India. So, my papers aim to tackle these problems of BART, our state of natural language model, to enhance and focus the efficiency of the web crawling for the India. Because due to the age of digital learning, the data is abundant, and to finding relevant and high quality data, a content has remained a very challenge to us. Through this presentation, I will walk you through how our model identifies the relevant educational resources, filter out noise, and continue to building the more intelligent digital library system. Here are my contents. And first of all, you have to know what is the focused web crawling. Due to know the web crawling, we have first to know what is web crawling. Web crawling is the process of automatically browsing the web and collecting the data from the web. And what is focused web crawling? Focused web crawling, instead of collecting all the data that's available in internet, we have to focus the selected and gather pages relevant to specific topic or the domain. And what is the problem here? The problem is traditional web crawler basically rely on the keywords matching and shallow models and poor understanding of semantic and content related any issues. So my research objectives are massive and due to the web is massive and unstructured, the conventional crawler often collected irrelevant pages, and we need some semantic understanding to identify the topic relevance accurately. So that's why we use BART model. BART is basically bidirectional encoder representation for transformer that provides a contextual language comprehension and topic relevance detection. So here we use a custom fine-tuned BART classifier to distinguish between academic and non-academic resources that's present in the National Digital Library of India. And these are my methodology. Here is what I have done. I have combined the traditional crawling pipeline with BART-based content relevance assessment. First, starting with a seed URL that starts with the topic-related pages, and page fetching, download the pre-processed content, then text encoding with the BART that convert the page's text into the embedding, then relevance classification, that is use a fine-tuned BART model to score topic relevance, and then link prioritization. That's link prioritizations mean assign priority to outbound the link based on the relevant based, and then iterative crawling. Iterative crawling means continue crawling the high score links. That my model is first start with a topic related page. If we find that the score is high, then it continue iteratively crawling that pages. That is topic relevance pages. And my implementation tools are Python, Hugging Face Transformer, PyTorch or TensorFlow, GPU and TPU acceleration. Data connection, I have to set a dataset construction, collect a label and diverse multilingual datasets from the different web pages like academic and non-academic. And then model fine tuning, start with a pretend BART based model that is multilingual case, and find that we use a fine tuned NDLI dataset using frameworks such as Hugging Face Transformer and TensorFlow, PyTorch, and apply cost entropy to loss the binary cost entropy loss to binary classification for this classification optimization. Then training and optimization. This is just a machine learning process and using GPU and TPU acceleration, and then got some evaluation and matrices, and we have used accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, ROC, AUC, that's all. And due to this, this is my prototype, and I use a data set that is 500 relevant and 500 non-relevant academic pages. And that's finding, according to the result, true positive we get from 1458, false positive get 49, true negative get 451, and false negative get 42. And this is my confusion matrix. And that's the research output. In the research output, all total we calculate all the score from confusion matrix and other accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. We got 0.91. That means 91% of accuracy, and classifier achieved a balanced performance on the both class with overall accuracy of 91%. And these results indicate that classifier is a strong candidate for identifying relevant and irrelevant academic content during focused web crawling, and seeing that this doesn't favor any kind of other classes or any kind of other, that is balanced basically. And future enhancement, we can enhance my prototype into multilingual expansion, domain calibration, scalable deployment, continuous adaptation, search integration and feedback. And my conclusion of this is we can focus on focus crawling and indexing enhance the search relevance, academic content qualities, user experience, and multilingual and multi-domain content. That's all. Thank you. If any question, you can ask.
Well written paper. The next author is Ajaya Kumar Saw. Please, quick. Try to concentrate on your findings, please, so that you don't have to speak very fast.
Good morning to all. I am Gargi Kumar Saw, research scholar from the University, and today I am discussing my research paper, The Role of Cloud Computing, AI Blockchain in Smart Library System, a study. And I outline the introduction. In the digital age, libraries are transferring into smart libraries, meeting the expectation of modern users. Smart libraries aims to provide effective, secure, and scalable personalized services. And this study reviews the literature review from 2022-2024, examining the technology focus on the application of the AI and blockchain and cloud computing, and what are the benefits and challenges are implementation and research trend in this study. And research objectives are to examine the application of cloud computing, blockchain, and AI intelligence in this system, to explore the benefit and the challenges associated in the implementation of the technology, and third one, analyze the recent trends and pattern in the adoption of this technology in libraries. And this methodology I followed the systematic literature review conducted 2022-2024, and database used the Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar and ResearchGate. And the keyword I have searched the smart library, cloud computing, and AI in libraries, blockchain in libraries, and the Boolean operator and or not used for precise research. And the only English language I have used this full text paper, and duplicate irrelevant paper removed. and after the scanning full test analysis, the data examine the application and benefits, challenges, adoption trends, and the SWOT analysis is prepared based on my findings. And the data collection process is a total 120 papers are found and removed duplicate, and 95 unique papers are found. And title and abstract check after the 70 papers are relevant in my paper. Inclusion and exclusion paper are final 20 study are reviewed. And these are the all 20 paper reviewed paper, and there is the serial number on the author, country, context, technology which are focused, objective purpose are the listed here, and the key finding and limitation and gaps. Okay, next discussion section. The AI application in cloud computing, the collaborating and the resource sharing, and integrated library system, and digital resource repository, and remote access to resources. Okay, sir. And the application of the chatbot and virtual library assistant, facial recognition, biometric access, and predictive analytics, and the smart search engine, automated cataloging, and the application of blockchain, digital right management, secure archives, transparent peer review publishing, and identify this section. And the discussion continues the top trends and pattern in the technology, the cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain. These are the study, and out of 20 studies, the 70 paper is mentioned in the trends. That means the cloud computing is the highest in the trend, and next one the artificial intelligence second trend, and blockchain is the out of 20 papers the 5 are included, the 25%. This is the emerging right now, and the SWOT analysis is the best my the findings. So strengths, weakness, opportunity, threats are there. There are the different examples, and the citation are according to the evidence based. And my research output is the analysis paper, cloud computing and blockchain in libraries. The identify increasing adoption trend, the cloud moderate for AI and emerging stages in the blockchain. Now highlight key benefits: improved access, scalability, automation, personalized service, and enhance the data security. Next, my conclusion: the smart library transferring service through the cloud computing, AI, and blockchain, digital access, secure information management. The literature show the rise of adoption rate, highest AI, cloud highest, and AI in the increasing, and blockchain is the emerging stage. Despite benefits, challenges, such still gaps. The privacy and policy issues remain. Library most trends, training, the infrastructure, the strategic planning, fully the smart technology in the enhanced user experience. And
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Satyabrata Acharya. Please come. Quick. Please try to focus on your findings. Right? Not more than 3 minutes. We are very, very behind the schedule.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. The title of the paper is Ontology-Driven Semantic Archiving of Indian Knowledge Systems, IKS, Designing a Multimodal Digital Framework for Indigenous-Centric Access and Knowledge Integration in Digital Libraries, authored by Satyabrata Acharya, Shubhan Roy, and Dr. B. Sutradhar from the National Digital Library of India. Now one comes to the core points. Why this work matters. Indian knowledge systems are not simply historical artifacts and not the relics of the past. They are living ecologies of meaning. They are breathing traditions of knowing and becoming. They span ancient Indian treaties, oral chants, crafts, practices, and astronomical insights, mathematical foundations, medical philosophies, and many more, all intertwined through languages, ancestral transmission, and embodied practice, from the Upanishads to Ayurveda's ecological intelligence to Vedic chant and temple geometry. These systems salute text, sound, performance, and community memory. Yet, when digitized, this living continuum is often reduced to static text or metadata. Our aim, therefore, is to create a framework that can breathe with the same plurality and relationality as the traditions it seeks to represent. I'm skipping this objectives guiding questions. It's not only related work, just I'll take a few seconds just to show our work in NDLI.
it's exactly the National Digital Library of India provides the infrastructural backbone for the work in cultural archive or living repository of India's intellectual and aesthetic heritage. Within NDLI, the IKS Knowledge Tree organizes thousands of resources across domains like the Vedas, Upanishads, philosophy, ancient Indian education system, literature, mathematics, astronomy, medical sciences, and many more. But at this moment, this structure remains taxonomic, not ontological. It can classify but cannot relate, as it is shown in the slide. Anyway, it cannot show how an Upanishadic idea of the Brahman informs Vedanta or how the Natyashastra aesthetics echo through regional performances. Its current taxonomic T structure is quite useful but limited in semantic depth. The real challenge, therefore, is to move from classification to relation, from static hierarchies to dynamic ontologies that interlink text, ritual, performance, and commentary. While other initiatives like IGNC or Muktabot, they have... Okay, I'm going to... Just I'm showing the architecture, then I'm going to conclusion. Okay. This proposed architecture envisions how the Indian knowledge systems can move from simple digitization to semantic integration. At the center ontology layer, there for modeling indigenous categories and relationships, conclusion. This proposed resource envisions a new generation of digital libraries that evolve from mere storage to understanding. It proposes a multimodal, ontology-driven framework in which texts, oral traditions, performances, and artifacts are meaningfully interconnected, linking medicine with astronomy, aesthetics with emotion, and practice with philosophy. The outcome is a living, multilingual, and reasoning network, a model that any digital library can adapt to represent indigenous and local knowledge systems on their own conceptual foundations. In doing so, it bridges technology and tradition, decolonizes metadata, and transforms digital libraries worldwide into dynamic archives of connected wisdom and shared human understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Satyavrata. Thank you. Wonderful paper. The next speaker is Dr. Archita Nanda. Please join us. In between, there is an announcement.
Dear friend, those who have come from airport to this place, you have to also return. You should not be staying here for long. So, we have a travel agent sitting in the library counter, library stall. So, you please go one by one, not all, one by one, and give your flight details so that they can club and they can drop you in the airport. Okay, this is one important thing. Another important thing is that lucky draw box is kept in the library stall. You please fill it up, that feedback form, name and distribution name, and then drop it in that box. Okay, thank you. It is in their bag. It is in your bag. Okay, it is in your bag, and you filled it up and drop it. Okay, with your name and all. Thank you. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Archita Nanda, working as a senior librarian. I introduce myself. I am Dr. Archita Nanda, working as senior librarian in BSS Surendra Sai University of Technology, that is in the Sambalpur. My topic is empowering education through NDLI, awareness and usage among students of higher education institutions in Sambalpur. Rather, Sambalpur is a semi-urban region where my aim is what is the awareness, usage and barriers faced by the students in the higher education institutions. Basically, it is the Sambalpur. I covered the study in the Sambalpur University, BSSOD and GM, that is Gangadhar Meher University. there is a background of the digital means what is the influence of the okay. And everyone is known though what is the role of the NDLI. Now this is the really using the knowledge divide and relevance. What is the relevance of the study? This study is very relevant because it is the main purpose is to know about the awareness, uses and the barriers. What are the barriers faced by the students in the area, region particular. And this one is the literature review and the synthesis and research gap. What are the research gap? That integral potential to improve empowerment in everyone access digital resources. Well, awareness is very poor, and they need the training. More training program is required there for efficiently uses of the NDLI. That is the objective of the study. Assess the awareness level and study usage pattern, that is usage for in the sense of academic assessment or a research purpose or in their preparing the assignments and examination purposes, and what are the challenges they are facing. That is the main issue. And analyze, next objective is to analyze educational impact. The methodology adopted, that is explore design, examining NDLI awareness, usage patterns and challenges among the students of Sambalpur. And the population, it covers 3 universities, and the sample of 112 students selected for using convenient sampling. For those students are convenient and they are ready to provide their acceptance. That one is we are segregate this, and tools for that we are preparing the structured questionnaire method for preparing the for collecting the data. And there is a limitation in the study. Next is that is the first analysis and findings. Okay, that is chart is prepared for the different universities and what are the technical that is okay. The overall they all are aware about the NDLI, but some constraints are there. They are regarding this is they are not using, only awareness is there. Next, that is the regarding the accessibility and registration. Most of the students, that is, it is very clear that 41 students out of 112 that is not registered till date. That means some constraint is there that some those who are registered, they are using mobile through device, the mobile and laptop and computer, and 33%, 33.6% are never used. So internet connectivity issue is also there because there is some connectivity constraints for which the NDLI is not regularly used by the students. And the purpose and uses of NDLI for that is the users NDLI means the students are using the NDLI for academic purpose or for preparing the assignments is the much more response rate followed by research work, and for next is gradually decrease, and e-book is the mostly used resources, and that is whether it is NDLI is helpful or not, most of them agree and strongly agree, and last recommendation is there. User experience and satisfaction. They are mostly good, excellent, and very satisfied. Satisfied rate is low. Challenges and whatever the challenges are, sir, conclusion. Sir, recommendation. Digital literacy training program is obvious. They require, and awareness campaign, that is orientation programs and seminars also conducted, and institutional integration. That is the one more suggestion, that is NDLI must be integrated or applied in their core syllabus or assignment, then it will improve.
Thank you, Dr. Archita, thank you. The next speaker is Sunita Parikh. Please come.
One more announcement, we are making a film, and I introduce our film director, Indo, please. So, we need a people from different states, different languages, suppose Marathi, Telugu, Bengali, Hindi, Gujarati. So, you please give your name, and we will make a film, and there will be drone photographs and everything. Okay. So, But shooting will be today, no? So you please give the name. Suppose Marathi 5 people are there, 1 people name we give. So this way we should cover each and every state people. Okay? So you please help us. Thank you. आप आइए शुरू किया नहीं?
थैंक यू सर, गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल. बस सर मैं तो एक स्लाइड यस एक संस्कृति कोड बोलूँगी और लास्ट न चौरार्य न राजहार्य न भट भाज्य न चर भारी करी वै कृते वधंती न एवं नित्य विद्याधनम सर्वधनम प्रधानम. इसको आप जो ज्ञान देते हैं इसको कोई चुरा नहीं सकता. सो रिसोर्स शेयरिंग जो एनडीएलआई ने किया है, रिसोर्स शेयरिंग के थ्रू सारे वो एनडीएलआई इसको प्रूव कर रहा है इस कोड को. ठीक है, थैंक यू. यस यस. सो बहुत सारे ओपन एक्सेस रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है. मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगी, हिंदी मेरी अच्छी है. यस यस. सो बहुत सारे ओपन एक्सेस रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है, बट एनडीएलआई ने इनको समेट के एक जगह किया है और उसको सब में अवेयर कराने का काम हमारा है. इसके लिए हमने बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज कराई. इवन बुक सर इसको नेक्स्ट कैसे कराना है? नेक्स्ट दिस इज द टॉपिक दीज इंडेक्सेस. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. इससे पहले वाला सर. हाँ हाँ हमने इससे पहले वाला हमने एनडीएलआई क्लब के थ्रू अवेयरनेस करने के लिए एग्जीबिशंस लगाई. बुक्स की न्यू पब्लिशर्स तो कम थे. हमारे जो एग्जिस्टिंग स्टूडेंट्स आते ही नहीं है एक्चुअली लाइब्रेरी में, तो हम लोग ने जो एग्जिस्टिंग बुक्स थी स्कूल वाइज हम लोग के यहाँ 8-9 स्कूल्स हैं यूनिवर्सिटी की लाइब्रेरी, और वो एग्जिबिट की और एनडीएलआई का सेशन भी कराया लाइब्रेरी में, और उनको एनडीएलआई के रिसोर्सेज और रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रोसेस बताया, और वो इवेंट जो एग्जीबिशन का उसमें पुटअप किया. बच्चों को इससे बहुत बेनिफिट हुआ. हमारी लाइब्रेरी की भी अवेयरनेस हुई, और जो बच्चे नहीं आ रहे थे वो भी लाइब्रेरी में आए. और क्विज कंपटीशन रखा. जो बेस्ट स्टूडेंट्स थे उनको अवार्ड दिया और एनडीएलआई में रजिस्टर कराया. इसके अलावा हमने वीडियो लेक्चर जो बुक्स का और एनडीएलआई का भी प्रेजेंटेशन का हमने एक एक्टिविटी कराई. उसके थ्रू भी एनडीएलआई की अवेयरनेस बढ़ी. सर ने इतने सारे एनडीएलआई में रिसोर्सेज है, उनकी अवेयरनेस नहीं है, तो उसमें रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रोसेस भी थोड़ा टिपिकल है, तो उसको इजी प्रोसेस में करके स्टूडेंट्स को स्टेप बाय स्टेप हमने रजिस्टर करवाया. और ये सब हमने वर्कशॉप कराई इसमें, और कॉम्पिटिशन्स कराए. ये सारी एक्टिविटीज मुझे दिखानी है यहाँ पे. कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज, स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्पिटिशन, जितने भी कॉम्पिटिशन होते हैं हम एनडीएलआई क्लब के थ्रू कराए, जिससे कि एनडीएलआई की अवेयरनेस भी हुई और हमारी लाइब्रेरी में आके बच्चों ने विजिट किया. करेंटली 1500 प्लस हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने रजिस्टर किया. एवरी ईयर जो बच्चे आते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं, हम उनको एनडीएलआई में रजिस्टर कराते हैं, इवेंट्स कराते हैं, एनडीएलआई के लिए अवेयरनेस कराते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. कोई और सर मैंने टाइम
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is Virendra Sirkar. Please come. The last speaker of the day is Pallavi Dhoke. Please be prepared after him. 3 minutes, sir. Concentrate on your findings.
Yes, sir. Hello, good morning everyone. My topic is today an assessment of library website at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPR in India. Today, introduction. So, research objective. Yes. My research objective is analysis the information available on NIPR library website, to list the current resources and services provided, to evaluate the website for visual appeals, timelines, accuracy, accessibility and usability, to assess the quality and relevance of animation and graphics. Scope and methodology, I have 7 NIPR study. NIPR Ahmedabad, Guwahati, Hajipur, Hyderabad, Mohali, Raebareli and Kolkata. Analysis, website designs, all 7 NIPR's library website demonstrating strong fundamentals, library services, e-resources, general information about us, books, library collection, books, journals. Finding of the studies. All NIPR library websites have a user-friendly and well-structured design. Crucial general information, mission, rules, staff is often missing with the NIPR Hajipur being the most complete. The NIPR Guwahati website severely lacks of information, collection, services and resources. NIPR Guwahati and NIPR Kolkata websites provide no information about their library collections. Advanced services are rare. CAS, SDI only at NIPR Ahmedabad. Information on book reservation and renewal is only available at NIPR Kolkata library website. Conclusion and suggestion. To serve their communities effectively, NIPR libraries must transition from static webpage to dynamic, user-centric platform. A strong functional website is critical for an institute of national importance. Enhance user experience, dynamic content and full resource listening, easy navigation and simple UR, specialized regularly evaluated research.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. The last speaker of the session, Pallavi Dhoke.
Good morning, all of you. Myself Pallavi Dhoke, and my co-author is Dr. Ramesh Sutar, Senior Librarian, Dwarkadas Sanghi College of Engineering. Today's topic is open access resources and their transformative role in higher education, a comparative study with Indian repositories. Next slide is objectives. To find out the role of open access resources to improving the higher education, to compare Indian national repositories with global repositories in terms of the accessibility, usability, impact and sustainability, to examine the effectiveness of open access in supporting teaching, learning and research in India, to discuss challenges and opportunities for open access adoption in higher education, to suggest strategies for strengthening open access ecosystems in India. Then methodology, descriptive and comparative approach include data collected from published reports, journals, articles, official open access repositories, portals and government policy documents and published literature on open access. Key steps we include in this paper is repository mapping, parameter selection, comparative framework and analysis. Then major Indian open access repositories are, we include in this Shodhganga 3, NDLI and Krishi Prabha and DISWEST. Then global open access repositories are RSU, PubMed Central, Europe PMC and OpenDOAR. Then next two slides Dr. Ramesh Sutar are presenting.
I am here to conclude for findings and for this paper for findings and conclusion. So our findings are open access repositories make it more visible and accessible. International repositories play a vital role in stimulating academic equity within the country. Long-term financial sustainability and user-friendly interface remain significant concerns. International repositories are advantages due to diversified findings and advanced technological infrastructure. And finally, conclusion, to develop long-term sustainability, India needs to ensure that the Indian repositories should be integrated along with the policies, research activities and educational system of the higher educational research network. Second conclusion, it should be adopted internationally maximum supportive to the higher educational system. And finally, for developing a sustainable achievement, higher educational institutions, universities, funding agencies, along with the international open access networks, will have to develop cooperation within the international network.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to both the authors. Now we are there for the panel discussion. I request all my colleagues here on the dais to please vacate the dais. Dada, Jan, ODK Jan. Now there are 6 panelists. I request each of you to come here and join the dais. Professor Palban Bhavik, sir, please come. Dr. B. Sutardhar, please come on the dais. Dr. Mahendra N. Jadhav, please come. Dr. S.K. Pathak, Dr. D.V. Singh, sir, please join here. And Dr. Santanu Ganguly. Since the seats are limited, I request Dr. B. Sutardhar to please serve as a moderator of this panel discussion. Thank you. Thanks. So give a big hand to all these chairmen, co-chairmen and rapporteurs. They have done an excellent job and conclude within the time. That is very important. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to start a panel discussion. The topic of the panel discussion I have communicated. Some of you have not received, but it's very interesting that you must know that future roadmap of National Digital Library. So far we have traveled our journey up to phase 3, and that will be end in March 2026. So when the next phase will come and you are using this National Digital Library portal, there may be a good thing, there may be a challenging things, there is a problem. So all these things that we have to overcome. Along with that, if you have a new solution, so that it will be one of the most important educational hub for all type of users. So this is the motive. So I request all the panelists, please take 3 to 4 minutes maximum time, because we have to conclude this session within the time. Another session will start. So I start from last our PI Professor Babun Bhomik for 3 to 4 minutes. Sir, you restrict your time. Are you full tool dile na?
Okay. Good morning. So I think the topic of the discussion is very pertinent in this point of time, because we can see a paradigm shift in the way.
Hello. Okay, am I audible? Okay, I think we are in a very important juncture of civilization, I will say. So the way we are accessing information and knowledge has been completely changed or being changed drastically, because of the fact these AI systems are coming into play in the ecosystem. So earlier it was like you have some human experts who are knowledgeable for a particular domain, and you seek knowledge by one-to-one conversation in some cases, and that used to happen earlier. But as the scale went beyond the capacity of individuals, we talked about digital systems, and there we have these repositories where the user can come and access a piece of knowledge or information. Now again, the access of knowledge was requiring bit of effort from the user as well as bit of effort from the system. Bit of effort from the user
aligns to the idea that the user has to know exactly what the user wants, and the responsibility of the system was to understand the user in a better way, to find relevant information for the user. Now I think there are gaps in two places. So maybe users are not always able to provide very succinct way of presenting his or her intent in the system, and at the same time the system is not able to capture what the user really wants. And in that particular gap, we have some difficulties in understanding both the ways. Now, as the new AI paradigms are coming into picture, so we are kind of hopeful that even if the user is interacting with the system without clearly or explicitly specifying the intent, the system should be able to know the intent of the user by looking at the interaction that it had with the user, right? So I think the future lies ahead, how well we understand the user, and while we talk about understanding the user, it should be understanding the specific information need, but that is the baseline, and on top of that we need to understand the context of the user. The context can be location, whether a particular user is visiting a museum, and in that case I can provide information that is relevant to the user at that point of time while the person is visiting some place. Or maybe it may be aligned to the emotional mood of the user, and in that respect we can find some relevant content and present it at user. So now it is getting very much contextual in nature, and that aligns with these 5 laws that Dr. Esher Ramanathan has presented. Every user should have a book, or every book should find a user, right? And library is a kind of self-growing system, right? And those kind of things can be implemented, and we should not think about forgetting about those basic principles. Whenever we are talking about future of library design, we should have our philosophy founded on those ideas and implementing those ideas seamlessly with these AI tools, and that will bridge the gap between this user and the system, and that is the kind of hope that we have.
Thank you, sir. You have taken the exact time. So similarly, I request Professor B.D. Singh sir, 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Sutradharji and other panelists. I won't take only 4 or 5 minutes. If I exceed, please remind me, because you can create anything, but you cannot create the time. But I can waste the time. Those 2 things for NDL. One is, in 1 or 2 minutes, there is a book known as The Code of Gentoo Law. I don't know who has heard about it. This is a book written by, got it compiled by Warren Hastings by the 11 scholars in the Sanskrit, then got it translated into Persian from Jalaluddin, and then got it translated into English. The reason behind this was that he wanted to rule the India through the Indian law, and there was a lot of issues. I was looking for this. Very first edition of this book was not made public. Second is available in Delhi University, is one of the rare publications. I got it on NDL, and I thank this. This is the thing NDL doing in so many other areas. Now issue arises, what are the roadmap of the NDL? There is an area known as grey literature, which is copyright free, which is not published, but that is really a primary source of information and knowledge, which changes our perspective, which changes so many things. The scholars are working on that, and they have done a lot. If I name so far Sikh history is concerned, one Hari Ram Gupta, who was the disciple of Jadunath Sarkar, the great scholar in medieval India, he wrote a book in 5 volumes, and he brought out so many original things from the grey area. So now in future, NDL should think about the grey literature also to include and do it. This is one suggestion, and I will conclude with these two words because time is the issue. Bhaumik ji said there are some issues and problems, कुछ दिक्कतें हैं. So some Hindi poet has said very rightly, वो पथ भी क्या, वो पथिक भी क्या. Do you understand part? What is that way? रास्ता क्या है, वो रोड क्या है, वो पथ भी क्या, वो पथिक भी क्या, जिस पथ पर बिखरे सूल न हो. सूल कहते कांटे, थोन. वो क्या रास्ता, उस पर चलने वाला क्या, चलने वाला कोई भी चल लेगा, केक वाक कोई भी कर लेगा. वो पथ भी क्या, वो पथिक भी क्या, जिस पथ पर बिखरे सूल न हो. वो नाविक भी क्या, सेलर. समुंदर में सेलर सर्वाइव करता है अपने पेशेंस से. अगर उसका पेशेंस टूट जाए वो मर जाएगा. वो पथ भी क्या, वो पथिक भी क्या, जिस पथ पर बिखरे सूल न हो. वो नाविक भी क्या, नाविक की धैर्य कुशलता भी क्या, जब धारा ही प्रतिकूल न हो. यही चैलेंज है, यही करना है. थैंक यू.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So I request our friend Patak ji, 3 minutes.
So very good morning to all of you. I am here to talk about NDLI, what can be done. So I'll just in a sum up what Dr. Sutradhar has already said, providing access to 13.8 crore open access content. So and then access to competitive content which are already being provided, supporting open data movements, standards, policy, and so now what are my suggestions here is first is like encourage, NDLI need to encourage multilingual content. As of now 39 out of 4 to 3 languages, so that can be taken care. NDLI can also play a major role in having collaboration with ONOS, and then another thing, NDLI can also think of having a working with ANRF. ANRF is giving lot of funding, so there also NDLI can approach with their new projects. Like I heard NDLI is going to support Koha. I propose instead of that can have our own LMS, and that can be really useful because there are issues with the Koha customization. So that can be think of by that. There is one more I suggest like there is a NDLI, you can also think of having NDLI society, so that also where you can directly add the citizens by the public library users or kind of. Then you can also think of best user award, same like for those who are having downloading NDLI app and then making a use of more. You can also think of having IKS corner, IKS section. Government is giving lot of funding nowadays for Indian knowledge system. Then NDLI can also think of launching a smart portal 2.0 which can be AI based services. Now I have a few suggestions for NDLI to make a part of Viksit Bharat, because lot of money is going out for the software. So Sutra sir, I have few suggestions for you. NDLI can think of having first of all open source LMS, make in India kind of. Then grammar software. There are lot of grammar software we are subscribing, paying lot of money. So may think of having this. Similarity checking software, reference management software, citation database, OTS. India having a very less journals, our own journals. So journals like published by Indian Academy of Science, you can support that. Also made a software like OJS. So a pooling of Indian journals. Right. And the last is this. You can also get associated with Gate FTR. So that also is done. Remote login access software and discovery tool. These of the initiative can be taken by the NDL. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Thank you. So now I request my beloved friend Jadhav ji. You, my friend, 3 minutes, please.
Good morning. We have seen actually Dr. presentation how NDLI developed and how it is progressing. Now actually, main NDLI future roadmap, I just want actually NDLI should go to ground level, okay. Now the higher education they are considering on research level, but even the school level, suppose in school there is a library class. In that class also NDLI suppose any means like presentation or maybe librarian they train across India, school librarians. So from actually grassroots level, actually library development, what is happening, how can services, what we will get that, okay. So from children level, if that means development happen, then definitely it will be means very good. And another thing is that actually means National Library getting each and every books actually under copyright law, this delivery of books and newspapers. If that data actually NDLI made that in NDLI portal actually, so any library from India, any book like OCS is getting some mark record, you can download that. So that also they can see that. Means this is actually one thing NDLI means initiative. And NDLI is getting almost 13.5 crores. So beyond provide resources also they can means add in that in future, those are means available. So that one thing is there. And another means thing is that when you means almost NDLI is sustainability, means that this is running under project mode. So how means how can government of India, how can means like approach that, means that will be continuing, because NDLI suppose tomorrow means money is not there, and maybe that really it is a very big challenge. So on that they can see. So this is from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Yadav. So the last speaker is Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. 3 minutes. Thank you. Well, this is a surprise. Thank you, Dr. Sutradhar. Since it's 3 minutes, I quickly come up to the point. First of all, it is probably my ignorance, I don't know. NDLI is not known to the private sector. Probably it's a sensitization and popularization of the private sector institutions and organizations. There are a lot of corporate bodies, there are a lot of private research institutions are there who are working in silos. Probably, I think since it is a national body, you can help us to bring in at one particular umbrella. That is what my submission is. There are large amount of data which is generated from these private sectors. Probably that could be one of the sectors where you can bring in. There is a very important thing, because since I completed a large number of projects, so let me tell you that one of the major areas is open data. Is a huge amount of open data is available. Like for example, you can't start everything at one go. It would be a difficult task. I know how many challenges you and Plavon has to face when you do on an open data thing. But the thing is that one of the important area, I would request you to see a model. In fact, others can also see. There is a model developed called as Aurora. It is not Hindi Aurora. It is AURORA, Aurora. It is 11 universities. They have come up with an international level digital library platform which addresses one of the most important areas, that is called sustainable development goals. And these sustainable development goals also brings in the lot of linkages which are there, and the data is getting arranged in a much more structured way. That's one of the major area. So I would request probably you can look into that model, and the person who has developed, that's another important area, one of the important component where probably NDLI will look into, I'm sure Plavon is there as an head of AI, metadata engineering is a very important concept in today's case. There is a lot of research is taking place in Stanford, in MIT on metadata engineering. Metadata is not a very easy thing. You write a paragraph and your metadata is complete. Metadata engineering is not like that. It is beyond something else. So metadata engineering, I don't know how will you do it, but lot of international models are there in the digital library. Models are like for example, Europeana. Then your Netherlands. I'm sure you have visited those places also. How NDLI get a global get integrated with the global platform, so that people don't need to go everywhere. So all over the world, people will have only one digital library in the world. One digital library in the world. That's the thing. Last one. Sorry. Sustainability, that's a major issue. Today, Ministry of Education is funding. If there is a cut, what is the sustainability model? So probably
you also need to think about how do you generate revenue out of it. Not everything comes with a free, but there are some price tags should also be attached at specific places. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please tell me.
I think all of you will agree with me to promote NDLI more. I think this conference should take place on yearly basis.
Yearly basis. Will you come again? Yes. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. So, the conclusion of this panel discussion, we have 5 panelists and everyone given a very good suggestion, starting from our peer Professor Plavon Bhomik. Since he is the professor in AI, so we are expecting a lot of development will happen in next phase. Already we have listed out what are the things that we want to do in the next phase, and many things that will be done based on AI and user-friendly pattern, and a lot of things will happen, you can see in the next phase. But hopefully this project should continue because we are depending upon the ministry decision, and I am sure and confident that it will continue with your all support. So now Dr. Pathak has given so many suggestions. One is multilingual content. Then he has suggested one good thing, that library automation software, that Koha, most of you are using it, and it has some limitation. It is an open access model, and very frequently answer you are not getting. So you are facing some problem, and many people are very much aware about this, and they are very knowledgeable about Koha. It's okay, but the National Digital Library is one of the service center or service portal. So we should give a complete package of library services. Like idea that we are giving free services, we are giving NDLI Club. We have already developed the library automation software. Due to some administrative problem, we are not launched it. We are supposed to launch this library automation software in this forum. But due to some administrative problem, we are not able to do it. Hopefully, very soon we will be able to do it. We have been tested the software, everything is fine. So Dr. Pathak, sir, this is the news for you. And another one important area that we have developed is called document delivery services. So we have lot of resources with us, and we have a very good connection with very many libraries. Suppose some engineering college or institution, they need some article, we can provide as a document delivery service for a particular day, and that document cannot be downloaded, cannot be printed like this. So after 2-3 days it will vanish. So like this we have developed it. But everything will be launched very soon. So this is another thing. And Dr. Jadhav suggested very important thing, that we should go the grassroots level, like school and rural area, tribal area. They have lot of digital divide. They do not have mobile, they do not have internet connection, and how we can enter this sector, and then we can provide service. This is a challenge for us, but the ministry has always suggested that we should give a data how much service that we have given in tribal area about NDLI. So this is a challenging area, but still we have to do it to survive. So we will be doing it. And then sustainability model, both of our speakers have suggested. One is Dr. Jadhav and then Santanu Ganguly ji. So it's a very important topic, because today we are getting a fund from the ministry and we'll be able to do it and continue it. But tomorrow, if somebody come and they stop it, this project is not required at all. So this project cannot be stopped. We have so many resources that should be run. So we have to think about a sustainable model, business model like this. So we have a plan. Okay. So with your all support, it should continue. It should not stop. So sustainable model is very big challenge for us, but we have to do something. And then also Santanu sir also suggested other points, that where ORRO,
Aurora, yeah. They have done a good job and they have a lot of resources, a combination of so many universities like this, so that is to take care. And then open data, all these things are very big challenge for us. Gradually we will do it. And then lastly, our friend Rajesh ji has suggested that, of course, this should be organized yearly basis. This should be a calendar of our NDA life. So we definitely do it, and then your cooperation, participation is very much important for organizing such type of event. So with this, I thank all the panelists for giving a wonderful solution, and not only the panelists. I am requesting all of you, those it's not possible to call everyone in the panelists, but you have lot of ideas in your mind. You please suggest us. We have circulated feedback form in which you can write, and we will definitely do some of the good suggestions to implement in our NDA Live portal. With this, thank you very much. I request all the panelists be there. So I request you facilitate. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed panelists for gracing this session with their person's valuable insight and constant encouragement. Now we like to felicitate them. We are truly honored to have you with us today, and your thoughtful observations have greatly enriched our discussion.
I think you please come here, sir. You come here. You come here. You bring this. You bring this. You will flower. Flower and this again you have to give. वो तो फोटो नहीं आ रहा ना. वो लेके आओ. वो लेके आओ ना. सर इधर. नहीं. इसमें और डेमो इधर. आइए.
Professor Plaban Bhaumik, IIT Kharagpur, and Principal Investigator of NDLI.
Thank you. Sir, अच्छा यही जरूरत है क्या रह जाएगा ये तो अच्छा ही हो जाएगा ना हम लोग ना ये बटन चाहिए
Dr. Mahendra no, this is Pathak. Dr. S.K. Pathak, librarian, Izir Bhopal. Dr. Mahendra N. Jadhav, librarian, IIT Madras. Shantanu Ganguly, Ashoka University, Director.
So I have 5 minutes time, so I request Naranda, you can give your presentation in 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, sir. No. Please don't go ahead. There is one presentation. এখানে কে আছে এটা ই করেন ফিল্ডে 5 minutes sir please wait না হ্যাঁ
All the speaker, I request, please come forward. We will facilitate you. All the speaker of this session.
your speaker please come here.
So we have very shortage of time. Naran Babu has requested me and he has done a good job. So that's why I have given him some time to present his ideas. And आप वेट करिए सब बुलाइए इसको सर very good morning to all of you. As you already knew that there is a time gap for 5 minutes and I have got that. That would be extended till 15 minutes. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop. Anyway, nowadays what is happening, everywhere from bedroom to living room to our workplace, everywhere we are discussing about AI and AI. Especially this presentation in what I am going to present here for my professional colleagues who are practicing the librarianship in different esteemed organizations. Now, as you know that different AI models we have been using and we have been discussing with for ease of our life, to make our life more easy, more simple, more comfortable in our work. Now, thing is that what are the different models we have been discussing? Maybe ChatGPT, one of the OpenAI products, and then Gemini, Copilot, Perplexity, and many more we have been discussing about. But now, how we are going to use those AI models in our day-to-day working life, that is very important. And we now in a juncture where we have to apply it. Otherwise, we will keep on discussing and publishing the paper and put it in the conference proceedings. That's all. So here, some of the examples of how we are using those AI models in our day-to-day life. I'm just trying to showcase that. You may have a lot of new ideas. These are the different areas. Due to shortage of time, I'm not going in detail. And some of the live examples I will showcase here. If you just, cluster our library, you will find one administration of the library, second one is the resources, and third one is the services. Those are the 3 points, And here, how will you make use of AI in day-to-day administration? Now, you need to understand when you are going to use an AI model, what is the specific problem you are facing, or you are trying to apply for the AI model. Next one is what kind of solution is needed, and third one is which tool or technique is the best fit for your work. Now, the right selection of the AI tool and the application which comes to success or the best output. Okay. Now, before going to that, yesterday, in PPC's presentation, you have heard about, in detail about all the concepts of AI. And including the prompt engineering. What is prompt? In natural language processing, prompt is very important. Sometimes when we are communicating each other, the way we interact with interpersonal communications we use to make or handle, the same way AI model can interact with you when you are asking any question. Now the question is very important, which is called as prompt, right? If you can,
input is in a right way you can provide, then only you will expect the output in the same way or exactly what you are looking for. So now conceptually, what are the different parts of a good prompt? You have to take care of the prompt first. One is persona, task, context and format. So here, first you will find the task. Help me craft an empathetic email responses, because being librarian or any other designation you are holding, day in, day out you are communicating through emails, and you need to draft a good email, maybe communicating to the outside world or your internal communication. So the task is empathetic email. Second is persona. What about the person? Are you a librarian or assistant librarian or library assistant? So that should be given very clearly. Next is context. In which context you are asking the AI model to draft the email. Third one is format. Which format you are looking for that? So these are the four major components. There are other components also. Next, you have to define the goal, give a constraint and assign a role, clarity, who are the audience, I mean whom you are communicating, maybe your director, maybe your team, maybe your faculty, maybe your users. Now, some of the examples here. A request for a status update of an invoice processing financial year 24-25, library journal subscription, you are communicating it to your accounts officer, okay, and you are asking AI model to draft an email. So this is the kind of responses you will get from there, and which will help you to finalize the email and communicate it. Next, say for example, you are preparing an annual report for your library. So kind of help you will get from AI model immediately. If you just ask, okay, generate one-page narrative for the IIM Calcutta library, maybe your library. Okay, sir, don't look like that. Then I will nervous. And third one you have been working with, that is developing an AI chatbot. You already chatbot kind of concept we have. Now this is, we developed one custom GPT using ChatGPT. Here, what we did that we analyzed different resources we have been subscribing, and we developed the custom GPT so that the user, when they are interacting in the AI, based ChatGPT, the chatbot, they can come to know immediately what are the answers or what are the resources we have been subscribing in our library. So this is the page where ask librarian, come there and you ask the question, can I renew book online or something like that? This is the answer. I am a doctoral student working late, can I return the book? These are the questions, and you will get the answer immediately just by using the chatbot. And here, how can I compare the sectoral coverage and analytical tools offered by CMI, PROS, IQ and Definitive Icon? So if you just put this kind of prompt, you will get the answer. Because all this already trained. This is another prompt. Okay, I'm finishing. Lot of ethical consideration, and anyway, we are not going to discuss in detail.
No, it's a really wonderful one.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So what I wanted to communicate to you that now this is the time to apply. At least ground level, let us start with being practicing librarian so that we can harness AI and give the better services to our users.
So give a big hand to Dr. Nanan Ghosh. He has done a very nice job, but as you know, the time is very short. I am so sorry. Don't agree with me. But the thing is that everybody is doing the good things, but it's very difficult to show it. So I have given, it's a good thing that you have done, and also help others how to do it. The way you have done it, you can help others to do it. Thank you very much. So I request all the presenters, paper presenters, please come forward. Please come quickly. Now,
Now I would like to request all the esteemed speakers of this technical session to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Yes. Moshiki Roy. नाम बोला तो
people are thinking, they write the paper. Anybody? No.
So I request Professor Odin Chakraborty come on desk. And Professor Tiwari is there. Professor Tiwari, Rajesh Tiwari, sir, is there. No? Please come. Put your bag there. I request Kumar, please come. Yes, come. Your name is Kumar, no? Please come. नहीं आपको बोला रहा मैं. Come. So, ये नाम बोले साथ में बोले.
So, very good afternoon, everyone. The purpose of this ceremony is the NDLI Award Club ceremony. That's a very prestigious part of the entire conference, and we do the service called NDLI Club that is aligned with NEP 2020, where we promote NDLI Club activities. So, Sunita Parikh from Purnima University, Jaipur, are you here? They want display. Okay. Okay, and also ATDC Sikkim, somebody representing ATDC Sikkim, yes. Yes, we all agree. चले जाए तो आया So they have done excellent performances. I mean, throughout Jaipur itself is a very big state, but this university stands out itself by its commendable performance in NDLI Club, and the job is really commendable and not easy. And then next, Sikkim, ATDC Sikkim, and it is also the way they are serving NDLI Club for the ATDC. And she got the memento yesterday, and the certificate was due for her, so we wanted to give the certificate to her in a big platform, so today is that platform. She is also doing a great job there in Sikkim. And then Army Public School Damana, she was also there yesterday. We felicited her with the memento. Now it is time to receive the certificate for Damana, Army Public School Damana. Madam, and why I want a big round of applause for her. She is doing this in her school. Because NEP, as per NEP, clubs are very famous in colleges, AICT colleges mostly, but in a school, running NDLI club itself is a very tough challenge. Great job. And the next Bengal University, Kolkata, Bandana ma'am, she is having some problems in her leg, but she may take time, so before she comes. And then Bhavan's Royal Management, Kerala, So South India, I must, from this podium, from this platform, I must acknowledge that South India is coping up with NDL and NDLI Club in a much faster and bigger way. And they are very, the way they have taken NDLI so seriously, and Kerala is one of the best performing institutes also, Bhavan College. Okay. So
So she is Vandana Madam from Brainware. She is Vandana Madam from Brainware, Kolkata. And in West Bengal, her performance, overall performance is very good. Her class functioning is also really appreciable. Robbinswell, Kerala. Yes, both have come far from Kerala to get the award. And as I mentioned, that the overall performance of NDLI and NDLI club in South India is remarkable. And you see the number of club, number of activity, students' engagement, that is remarkable. Thank you so much. And then Dev Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya from Uttarakhand. Sir, both of you please come. In Uttarakhand, yes. This club is not very old. This is if you compare to other clubs, they're pretty new, but the performance pace is very fast. I mean, they have coming up with NDLI and NDLI club in a great way. Thank you so much. And then Bapatla Engineering College. Sir, please come here. Yes. Bapatla Engineering College. Yeah. So as you can see that they are here just not to get the award but to get the appreciation from us, because this award means a lot for them. And then Don Bosco College of Engineering Goa, it is very special to me. I look after them since their inception. So thank you so much, sir, for your performance. And Goa as a state also doing brilliantly for NDLI club. So he is the man who is managing the entire show in his college. Thank you so much. And then JSS Science and Technology University, JSS Karnataka. Yes, I can see you, sir. Come fast. So see, it is really commendable that how very far distances they are coming here. And then he is from Karnataka and James Polytechnic Bihar. You please be ready. Yes. Where is James Yeah, yes. So madam is from James Polytechnic Bihar. That's a polytechnic college, but if you go to their website and see, it is such a huge and big polytechnic college in Bihar that we must appreciate. I mean, when the day I saw their website, I really got awestruck. I mean, such a big polytechnic college they are managing, and their performance is also very good. But no, they are not here. Two more colleges from my zone, Maharashtra and Delhi, they are on the way. So again, we have to arrange this in a small way. And Methodist College of Engineering, Telangana, yes. So memento we have given you yesterday, I guess. This is the certificate of appreciation. He is from Telangana. And Loyola College, Meghalaya, yes madam. And again I should mention the way madam is performing in Meghalaya. I mean, the kind of geography, demography they have, and the way she is managing the club and activity there, that is commendable. And no, they have not come. So Delhi and Maharashtra and two more states, these are due and we will arrange tomorrow. Thank you. You are here? Okay. So, just wait for a moment. The Sika College, he did not inform us that he is already here. So he has come from Indore, all the way from Indore. He had night flight yesterday and just now he reached. So and XISS Rachi, if you are here, raise your hand and come forward. And XISS Rachi, yeah. XISS Rachi. And also Thapar Polytechnic, you come, first ma'am you come, then again we will confuse. Ma'am you first come and then sir you come. Make a queue and then come. So mostly we have covered most of the states. And big round of applause for madam for her performances. And then Thapar Polytechnic, Punjab, They are doing quite good job in NDLI club and spreading awareness about NDLI, and their activity number is also very high, and they have added so many students in the NDLI club. Please, all the way from Punjab, big round of applause for sir. And next, Veltic. Anybody from Veltic? No, I can't see anybody. So yes. For today we would like to wrap up, and again tomorrow we will have a small award ceremony for the club. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. All the speaker and then chairman, co-chairman, rapporteur, and then all the participants. Now we are going to conclude this session here. Okay.
Good morning everyone. Actually I am Kalpana Pandey, working as Chief Librarian at James Polytechnic College, Aurangabad, Bihar. And today I received this award. So really I am very much thankful. It's really proud moment for me to be here at IIT Kharagpur and receive this award as Best Performing Club, NDLI Club in India. So I will, on behalf of James Polytechnic College, I have come to receive this award. But I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart to NDLI, that thank you for believing in us, sir. And this recognition helps us to, it is inspiring us for the future also, so that we will be sharing doing this sharing of knowledge and digital resources. Thank you so much.
कल जो वैलिडिटी सेक्शन होगा कल Okay, thank you very much. We are concluding session here, today's first session, and then now we will tea break. What is the time? So 11:40, 12:15 we will come back here. 12:15, please, Continue. Hello. I think we should continue. Those who want to take a tea, we will go for 5 minutes, take a tea and come back. That will be fine. So I hand over mic to some. So there is a parallel session. So there are two halls. One is this, another is just behind that. Mighty hall. So you are interested to say which hall, you can segregate, okay? And then session will start right now. Those who want to take a tea, go for 5 minutes, take a tea and come back. Continue.
A very good morning to everyone present here. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all to Knowledge Engineering Digital Library Design KEDLD 2025 Technical Session 6. This is the Technical Section 6. The theme of this session is Emerging Technologies in Digital Libraries, a platform where creativity and ideas meet and where brilliant minds share their insights, research, and technical expertise for the development and betterment of the allied community. It is my immense pleasure and honor to be a part of KEDLD 2025, and I am very much thankful to the organizing team to give me the opportunity to host the technical session. So, now we are truly honored to have Dr. Samir Kumar Jalal, Deputy Librarian of the Central Library at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, as invited speaker of the session. I would like to request Dr. S.K. Jalal, sir, to come into the dais, sir. Yes. One by one, sir. Yes. Before we begin, let's take a moment to extend our warmest welcome to the dignitaries and today's session chairperson, Professor Durga Shankar Rath, sir, from Department of Library and Information Science, Vidyasagar University. I would like to request Professor Durga Shankar Rath, sir, to come onto the dais, sir. It is my distinct honor and privilege to invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar, the librarian at Patuakhali Science and Technology University, Bangladesh, as a co-chair of this session. I would like to request Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar, sir, to come onto the dais. Now I consider it a great honor to welcome Dr. Deepa Roy as a rapporteur of this session, technical session. I would like to request Dr. Deepa Roy to come onto the dais. I request Ms. Manami ma'am to felicitate our dignitaries with flower bouquet, memento and uttara. I would like to request Ms. Manami ma'am to felicitate our chairperson, Professor Durga Shankar Rath sir, with a memento, flower bouquet and uttariyo. Yes. Now I will request Ms. Manami ma'am to felicitate our invited speaker, Dr. S.K. Jalal sir, with a flower bouquet, memento and uttariyo. Now I request Ms. Manami ma'am to felicitate our co-chair, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar sir, with a flower bouquet, memento as well as uttariyo. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. S.K. Jalal is expertise in library automation, digital resource management and information services. He has been actively involved in managing the library and in library services, including research support services to the users of the institute. Now, coming to Professor Rath sir, Durga Shankar Rath sir has been serving at Vidyasagar University since 2005. He has published numerous research articles, books and conference papers in the field of library and information science. He received the ISLIC Ranganathan Medal for the best article in 2011 from ISLIC. Professor Rath has also served at Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. Now, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar, as a co-chair of this technical session 6, is the librarian at Patuakhali Science and Technology University, Bangladesh. He plays an active role in the management and advancement of library systems and services that facilitate academic and research pursuits. Dr. Sarkar has made notable contributions to the field through his research publications and engagement in various professional activities and initiatives. Now, I would like to request Professor Durga Shankar Rath sir to conduct the session. Sir.
I would like to request Dr. Samir Jalal, Deputy Librarian, IIT Kharagpur, to kindly deliver his lecture on his invited talk. Later on, he has also a paper, first invited speech. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will be. Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all of you. Respected Chair, Professor Durga Shankar Rath and Co-Chair Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar and Dr. Deepa Rai. She is actually a little bit late, but she is doing as a rapporteur and Deputy Librarian, University of Kalyan. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for. And now I would request to felicitate her with a memento, flower bouquet.
and Utterior. Using MCP architecture. So I have the paper which has been listed as in the first. So I will club this my research work and also here in the as an invited talk. So my co-author is Dr. S.G. Roy and Dr. B. Sutradhar. So next please. Under the the AI domain, we have seen there are a lot of changes, and the academic and research libraries particularly, they need to rethink and redesign about their library services, leveraging the NLP and other kind of AI applications to provide uninterrupted services to the users due to huge changing information seeking behavior of the present users. The information seeking behavior is changing because of the changing scenario of the information collection storage pattern, and then it's moving from the print media to digital media. So there are lot of changes we have come across. As I am just heading the acquisition section, we have also seen that there are almost 1/3 procurement reduced from the print collection with respect to print collection, and similar kind of a more than 50% increase in the digital collection. Besides, there are a lot of digital resources, repositories are there. Therefore, there is a need to move from the passive retrieval system to semantic discovery system. The main point here is that if you use keyword-based search in the OPAC, sometimes it gives an irrelevant result. But if you are applying with the power of AI tools and other models, then and also the NLP, if you apply, then the discoverability will also enhance a lot. So therefore, and we also felt that there is a need to provide 24/7 services across the all users without time limit. That means people may read at 12 night, midnight, also they can able to get the information without human interaction. Next please. Now, in this paper, I have designed for 4 research questions. What should be the underlying system architecture for developing AI-based chat assistant? Second query is, how can LLM help to extract information from any RDBMS if you are using in the local? So, and what should be the response of the user's query, whether it is relevant, irrelevant, and that has to be, and if there is any additional value addition is there. So otherwise, why should I move to AI arena? Last is, what are the major issues and challenges? This we will be discussing in the subsequent slides. Next. Now, methodology, what I have designed is downloaded the Docker desktop. I will explain each and every in the consequent slide. So, downloaded and installed Docker desktop, then install MySQL within the Docker environment and also PHP MyAdmin to to insert the data within different tables of the MySQL databases. Then setting up of model context protocol MCP and then connect MCP with the MySQL databases. So then subsequently creating the database name and then multiple tables where data are being inserted. Then install Claude Sonnet 4.0, that is an LLM interface through which users can submit the query and get the answer. And you can also use different kind of your files also, like any PDF file, into Claude Sonnet. So this is the architecture. Next please. Next please. Now MCP, what it does, MCP is a open module, open access module, where it is by Anthropic, and it is a lightweight module in which inspect the database and also inspect the MySQL structure, and then it receives the response. Therefore, the MCP makes a balance between the LLM as well as the databases. Now, what Docker do? Docker keeps the MCP server as well as the MySQL environment in a self-contained, means both it holds and makes a synchronization. Then the role of LLM is to send the request to MCP, and MCP returns the structured JSON format, and that response goes to LLM, and LLM extracts the response in a natural language. Next please. So MCP designed to standardize the interactions of the multiple AI agents. So you can use multiple AI agents and it standardize their interactions among them. It can use the structured data, unstructured data, as well as the semi-structured data. That means various type of files it can able to handle as written here. Therefore, the MCP facilitates the seamless integration of real-time inputs. For example, if the users are submitting the query, so that this query can be stored, manipulate, and again it can train the model, and so that the next time it fine-tunes the result. So it also helps to work across the multimodal models. Multimodal models as well as the heterogeneous type of data. Normally in library we come across the heterogeneous type of data. That means there is a text data, text files. You can have a Excel file. You can have a other type of HTML files, websites, various type of files. So each type of file you can have put in a different type of databases, and then for each databases you can make an MCP. So multiple MCP can work here, and top of that there is the MCP multimodal layer. So therefore this model context protocol, it is a very, very strong architecture which can handle this type of model. Also it may be noted that MCP MySQL connection, it works RAG-based model as well as without RAG-based model. Next please. Claude Sonnet, it takes a very dominant role here. This is an LLM, large language model. It actually based on the reasoning, problem solving and decision making agent works. So Claude supports the long text. Normally we come across various type of like articles, books. It is a long text. So if you wanted to summarize the article and you wanted to find out only for one page out of 30 pages. So summarization is important. In that case, it text is supports. So long text supports, and it is kind of a text as a token. Token means one token is equivalent to 3/4 of a word. So up to 200,000 tokens it supports, which is equivalent to almost 700 pages of text it can able to support. So therefore, it is a kind of a strong architecture we can think. There are two important aspects here to need to explain. One is a deep document analysis. Is a kind of a understanding and extracting insights from the complex files. So library handles various type of complex files, and from there it extracts and then compares, synthesize kind of things. Next please. Now this is look like a Docker environment. I will try take 5 minutes for demonstration also at the end of my lecture. So how you can able to feel how it works actually. So Docker desktop main part is a container. In container it handles everything, and then images, volume, builds, etc. Next please. Now the task of container is that linking MCP and MySQL already explained various type of components, and it ensures that scalability and portability and efficient resource management. This is the main task. Finally, in the Docker engine, it behind the scene Docker engine works for the Docker environment to make and run and control the container and associated things in a synchronized manner. Next please. Now RAG process, how RAG works. RAG process, it is a PDF, docx and HTML different, etc. different type of files that can split into different chunks, and then each chunk is passed through embedding models. There are different embedding models are there, OpenAI, Hugging Face, etc. And there are a lot of papers will be there, they can explain more. And here after that the text is being sent to the vector model, and in vector model ChromaDB is a very powerful vector model where Quadrant and others are also there. There the tokens as well as the metadata it attached with that. Therefore, whenever it retrieval comes, its performance gets the efficiency gets improved. Therefore, the ChromaDB, there are different type of architectures and different databases takes a different metadata, keeps in a separate file, and the text keeps it a separate file, but ChromaDB it attached with the metadata. Therefore, the retrieval efficiency gets enhanced. Next please. Now this is just whatever I explained is given here: document ingestion, pre-processing and chunking, and then embedding, generation through LangChain, and then send it to vector databases, ChromaDB, etc. Then it is a finally similarity search. In what happens, the searching, I will just explain for the searching part. Here the document vector and then the query vector both store in the databases, and both the vector, if this is a document vector, this is a query vector, it makes an angle between those vectors. In the vector mathematics, though it has a kind of forms an angle, and this angle is called theta. If the angle is smaller, that means cos theta value is that is a 1. So if the angle is smaller, that means there is a high similarity. If it is overlapping, that means document vector whatever is there, and the query vector, if both are the same, that means efficiency, the 100% efficiency will be there. If it is away, that means angle if it is increasing, so then non-efficiency part increases. Next please. So here, as I already explained, multimodal architecture, MySQL, Postgres and file store. You can keep it in different file. Directly file can be uploaded in cloud and it through MCP it is there. So multimodal operation is a top layer and which handles all type of things. This is the behind backend it works. Next please. Now this is technology part is over. Now coming to the challenges. So there are three major challenges I face. One is a MCP issue. Sometimes you are unable to connect the MCP, create the MCP. So while installing and etc. configuration, the MCP connection may fail. So that major happens is a slash etc. So desktop config file, you have to check it very properly. It can be done, solved. MCP server connection depends on node.js. So if there is a problem, so the entire model will not work. Third is the cloud fails to connect MySQL due to incorrect database path etc. So these are the technical matters has to take care. Then MySQL issue, sometimes whenever you just create the databases, then if you are using the through root user and password, then there will be a problem. Somebody else can execute the query in the query box and can drop your databases entire. So therefore the entire data will be losing. So that kind of a security issues has to be taken care of. Next please. So in the security issue, I will give you some tips like environmental variable. Entire security issues are kept in the environmental variable file. In there you have to make that the transaction only disable read only transaction equal to true. So if you are mentioning there, so other people cannot able to destroy your data. Second is environmental based configuration. So everything as I said that it is there. And then schema inspection with control exposure. So AI assistant can inspect your entire data. If it is a confidential data etc., it can reflect. So therefore you have to restrict insight. Then finally there are three limitations. One limitation may be query response time. That is a issue. We have to test it that how much time it takes. Second is large scale data. I have installed, put it in my laptop, more than 50,000 records, and then I tested, it works very fine. And so large scale does not, I can say that this is a 1 lakh is a large scale or 5 lakhs is a large scale, but 50,000 data I have tested, it is working fine. Third is a subscription model, so Cloud Sonnet, it is free for some days, some time, and also having a limitation. So if you go for the subscription mode, then it is fine. Then next. So in conclusion, I would say, before conclusion, I wanted to give some demonstration. So can I wait for 5 minutes only? Because my paper is also there. So before conclusion, I wanted to show some queries as a just test case. So this is the actual Docker desktop. Here it is there as you have seen in the slide, container etc. You can flip it. It is working in backend, and then open the cloud. So this is the cloud interface where you have to check it first whether MySQL connected is there. Down blue button is there, so MySQL is connected, and just click it outside. Yes, then attach the file. Click on plus sign, and then next use the project down last. Click, and then Central Library IIT Kharagpur. So you can create a multiple projects where you can put different kind of files. What I made it, I made a text file, PDF file as our library guide, and then that name I have given Central Library IIT Kharagpur. You can keep it like a library guide, etc. So now I am putting a query that please tell me the find rule. So natural language I am asking query. Then enter. So it is taking from the our library guide that I have uploaded into this thing. So anytime students can able to know from using their query in their own language. But whatever text you are able to see here is not directly written in the guidebook. In guidebook they have written these things are correct, that is ₹1 per day per book. But the explanation and presentation style, this is a kind of augmentation and more information is given. And the bottom if you see, yes, so RBI conversation, payment method, you can see the debit card, credit card, etc. So additional information you can able to generate here, which is may not be written there in a find section. So next you can give query something like how many books SC/ST students can issue, etc. So I will just take two questions as sample from the library guide. So you can ask any question in your own language. I have tested in English in a normal natural language in English. So that I have not tested. That language part I have not taken care of. You can just see and how other languages can be incorporated. That would be greater next paper also. So you got it that 5 books from the general and then 8 books total, etc. So total 30 books, etc. Now I will take up the 1 or 2 questions from the database section. So in the database section, if you wanted to do, so use the first you have to tell the software, that use MCP MySQL connection and use the databases, which database you have installed. So this is one trained, we have to train them that okay, you take the query from there. So whenever in the live system, we have to train them and then set accordingly, therefore it will work automatically. This is only once you have to give. So it is connected to IIT DPT databases, perfect, and these are the files. So now here FAQ also I put it as a table. So you can make in your library for all FAQs and put it in Excel, and then CSV file you can import into the table. So all FAQ part you can handle it through here also. So similarly, like departments, etc., faculty. Now finally, I would like to find top 3 faculty of mechanical engineering based on citation. So what I made, I collected all the faculties data and then put it into my databases. And there you can able to get the information perfectly. And if you click on the link, directly it will go to Scopus or somewhere whenever what is the link if it is given. So from there you can get the direct as on date data. Otherwise, the whatever data has been there, you will be able to check it. So these are the kind of things, like depending on the number of the length of the response, it calculates the time. If it is a more chunk of data has to be reflected, then it will take little bit more time. Otherwise, it will be showing easily. So it is checking the different Scopus ID and then last name, first name, then it will say that it is there. So this kind of any kind of information. So you have to, library has to design that what are the type of information student seeks, like a journal. So 20,000 journals I have. Is excellent. It is showing down, scroll down. It is coming. So now it is showing that it creates a table and employee ID, publications, total citation. If you now one question one question will take it from that, like find the top 3 journals on multimedia based on impact factor. So students, they used to, research scholars, they may ask questions regarding that in my field, what are the best journals on a particular topic. So you can ask like top 3 journals on multimedia based on impact factor. So if you want, instead of 3, 10, you can put it 10. There is no issue at all. So just to give you a flavor that it is working, and then based on your requirement, you can design accordingly. No, this paper also I am covering here. So I will not take time for the next paper. So second paper will come. So this is the journal name and then title, publisher, journal impact factor, 5 years impact factor, first quartile, second quartile, etc. You will get it. So it entirely works something like 20. Now one more just a glimpse that how many participants are from Kerala or any state you can use. So I have just uploaded 170 participants record, so you can able to summarize. So if you want that state-wise summarization of the all participants, which we have to do in Excel and etc., so you can do it from here direct, one click. There is no need for creating a summary, just shoot a question and get it. Thank you very much. So this is, I will not conclude, this is my conclusion. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity for presenting papers. I have taken lot of help from our Samrat Guharai for setting up the connection, etc. So give a big hands to him also, for my co-author, Dr. Bishopra also. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of them, to come on, kindly come forward, please. And then, title of the paper is Artificial Intelligence Tools in Library Services, Benefits, Drawbacks and Challenges. That was invited.
Good afternoon. Now these days, you all are discussing about the now these days we have we are discussing about the AI tools, and it's very and its various aspects of life. AI tools widely used now these days to enhance the efficiency and provide valuable insights. Use of AI tools increasing day by day, and no doubt AI tools has created a new chances of research in all branches of universe of knowledge. Our paper is Artificial Intelligence in Library Services, Drawbacks, Benefits and Challenges. It's a combined paper written by myself and Professor Sanjay Singh and Alka Rani Khare. So, in this paper we have discussed about the major benefits of AI tools in library services, challenges, drawbacks and future outcomes. So now I hand over the mic to Professor Sanjay Singh to compile.
Thank you, sir.
So, good morning to all of you, honorable dignitaries on the dais, including the chairman, co-chair, and keynote speaker, and reporters of this session, and all the dignitaries on the dais. So, since yesterday, all of you are listening about the AI, what is its advantage, disadvantage, what AI can do, what it is doing. So, this is the age of AI, you can say that. So, change, every time we are getting the change. So, change has become inevitable. So, we are facing change every now and then. As you all know, that in our country, when you walk 50 kilometers, the dialects are changing. The languages are changing. So, if you take one language, suppose if I take the language I'm from Assam, so if I take the example of Assam, so the common language is Assamese. But after 50 kilometers, Assamese is spoken in different way. Dialects are different. So, as many as districts are there, so as many types of dialects are there. In entire northeast, you will find the different types of dialects are there. So, change has become inevitable. So, today, we are facing the change of this AI. What AI is doing, what AI can do. There are advantages, there are disadvantages. As you all know that Newton's third law, every action has its equal and opposite reaction. So, if you will do good, you will get good. If you will do bad, you will get bad. For computer application, we used to say that garbage in, garbage out. And what is AI? It is just human-driven software algorithm written by human person, human being. It is maintained, run by human. But only thing is that it is working in machine, it is working in machine language, and it can do any work very fast. But it cannot superpower, it cannot overpower the human being, human brain. It is created by human being. So ultimately, we say that as it is a tool, AI should be used as a tool. We should not allow AI to overpower us. For example, in mid-1995, when this internet came, during that time nobody thought that we are going to become slave of this internet. And today you see, everybody has become the slave of internet. If there is no net connectivity, we cannot go a single step. Earlier, we had three important needs of human being: roti, kapda और मकान. Except air and water. इसको रहने दीजिए, इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान. So three important besides air and water. Then the electricity came. Then in 20th century we are getting the network connectivity. But how far this network connectivity is useful to us? How far this electricity is useful? Though we are creating the artificial electricity also to help in the sustainable developmental form. But when the power goes, when the network connectivity fails, everything remains same. So when we are using AI, so in that case, this is one of the most important components, this electricity and the internet connectivity. When there will be no electricity, when there will be no internet connectivity, then you cannot use AI in any case. So this is one of the disadvantages. Now in urban area, there is no problem. We can generate electricity. But what about the rural areas? 3 minutes, huh? Okay. So we are living in rural, those who are living in rural areas, they cannot afford that. So these are some of the problems. So you just scroll the slides. So we have given emphasis on many areas. But one thing I would like to say that we should not allow ourselves to become the slave of this AI in this changing world. Today we are facing AI, tomorrow something new will come, then after tomorrow something new will come, and we, the library professionals, try to grab everything and try to utilize in library and found science. Later on we think that whether it is going to be useful or not useful, but maximum times we have seen that those are useful. So in one word I can say that one AI for all-in-one solution. So you can put anything, ready-made answer is there. Just one example I am citing. So this is disadvantage part, very dangerous. I have seen in some places that even the examiner, the question setters are setting the questions with the help of AI. They are uploading their syllabus into the AI and asking the AI to generate questions. They are giving some algorithm points that I want short MC questions, I want small questions, so, like for short notes, I want big questions like that, and AI is generating the questions. Now students are also very clever. They are also nowadays trying to experiment AI, and they are putting their syllabus into the AI and asking the AI to what the probable questions are coming. And just last year, not last year, 2 or 3 months back, this was published in the newspaper, and it was calling the social media that question was set from the AI, and student got all the questions and they have answered all the things, questions, even answers AI was giving it. So this
very
is
grave
things are there.
concern. Very grave concern.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, we
really
should be concerned
must
about
look
that.
into
So thank you
this.
very much. Within short
Thank
time
you,
we
sir.
cannot discuss anything. So many things are
Thank
there.
you, sir.
On page number
Ahmed.
on page number 171 to 77, you read in the proceeding. Details are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call out the name of Mir Wahed Ali, and the co-author is none other than Dr. B. Sutradhar. Please, sir, exactly where you want to touch the chord, that there only, nothing else.
Okay.
Simply where you are different from others.
First page. This is design and implementation of library AI assistant, a RAG-based chatbot using large language model. Next. Here 2 problems is mentioned, that is keyword-based search limitation, and user have to browse multiple web pages to get the content. And LLM alone produce hallucination without domain-specific data. Next. For system objective, we want to get the data semantic search, user queries, understanding not by keyword matching, and concise response to system objective, mainly here address. Next. This is the solution, RAG, retrieval augmented generation. User asks the chatbot goes to the vector DB, where library documents are stored on the vector DB. But this part I have to prepare this. I will next. To prepare the data, 4 steps is mentioned. One is data collection, website pages, that is non-structured data are crawled or scraped, and PDFs and PPTs are collected. Then these data are converted into MARC or JSON file, because LLM can understand easily that type of data. That data is also splitted into chunks, because LLM has a context window limit. That's why chunks is very important. Then each chunk is transformed into vector DB because of the semantic relation of the text, and here 1536 dimension is used, and there are several embedding model available, and that embeddings data are stored on the vector DB. There are several vector DB, chroma DB, and superbase is used. Next, queries goes to the queries is collected and goes to, again queries is converted into embedding with the same embedding model, where earlier embedding model is mentioned, and that embedding goes to the using cosine similarity. Top 3 results are collected and sent to the LLM. With the help of the system prompt, LLM generates the response. Here system prompt is very important, because system prompt is an instruction to the LLM what should do and what should not. Without system prompt, it is no difference between ChatGPT and my domain specific chatbot. That's why system prompt is very important in this here. Next. This is the low level design of the RAG. Here library docs are splitted into chunks, and that chunks are embedded using embedding model stored in the vector DB. User asks the question, and that question is also embedding and searched into the vector DB and retrieve top 3 or 5 matches and send to the LLM. LLM using the query and the system prompt, it generates the response and goes to the user. To implement this RAG chatbot,
First, we only use, we record the LLM. There are several open source LLM is available. There, say for example, Metalama, IBM, Granite. You can install and download LLM in your own machine by using Docker, Model Runner and Olama. If you do not want to run LLM on your own machine, you can offload your infrastructure by using OpenRouter, Grok and Hugging Face API. You can use it. And VectorDB, ChromaDB you can use. To implement the backend, you can use the Python and LangChain. And there are several low-code and no-code tools available, that is Flowwise and LangFlow. And analyzer for this LangSwitch tool is used in this here. Here you can session summary store. For this you can use the PostgreSQL database. Here this is the system prompt example. It is very important to implement system prompt. Next, this is the sample queries I have asked into the chatbot. How to check my written paper originality? Though the first queries is not mentioned in the source documents, but it retrieves the semantic responses for the semantic similarity of the search, and it provides the summarized and concise answer. Next, future work, we can add the DB of the library catalog and the DB of the IDR, so that semantic resource reporting we can done, and you can implement the various language also in future. By using the analyzer tool, we can store the user queries and we can introduce new library services. Next, RagBot chatbot, intelligent accurate library support system, and it creates the next gen smart libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If questions
Thank you for more clarification on LangChain or ChromaDB. And next, Pawan sir is again explain something more.
Thank you.
Pawan Kumar Pal.
The Mead has written a very nice idea. Yes, I personally checked this paper, and really it was very good. Excellent.
Very good.
Non-veg khao to. Brain barber.
Okay, sir. Okay, so very good morning, all of you. So my paper is like, previously our research work like Jalal sir and Mirali Zada also demonstrate how RAG is implemented. So my core concept is RAG, what is RAG and how RAG works. I am not going to RAG, but in the academic library, how will implement RAG, and that all the frameworks already discussed. So what I have experiment in my machine, so I am going to demonstrate in through this paper. So a conceptual framework for enhancing discovery of grey literature. Core focus and major focus in the grey literature. Grey literature means, sir, next. Grey literature means the unpublished work is considered as a grey literature, like any kind of government,
academic, business, industry, electronic, print formats are not controlled by the commercial publishing, considered as the grey literature.
In the academic library, in the grey literature we have mentioned like our departmental documents, theses, IR. So it is very difficult to collect and fetch the data on the time. For the example, if you say we have the previous year question paper, and how can we retrieve the question paper for the 2 years, 3 years back? So by developing the retrieval in the efficient way, we can use the RAG model. So that is the very good model. RAG model can be used in the academic library for the grey literature. Next. So that one is the retrieval augmented. So it is considered of the two parts. First one is the retrieval and another one is the generation. So I will not go to the technicality. I will just demonstrate what I have experienced because I have developed in my personal laptop, personal machine. So what kind of framework, what kind of technology is required for developing this RAG, I am going to demonstrate it. So next slide please. And my prime objective of this paper is to propose a conceptual framework for RAG and to implement a pilot version, because I have done a pilot study. To implement in the institution level, we need lots of hardware, and so a lot technologies. As a library professor, we can do the pilot study.
So in the pilot study, we have like in the primary session, we have do the model how RAG
Another one, like how to evaluate a rack is working fine or not. So the evaluation matrix is the third
methodology approach for evaluation performance and grain literature rack. And next, so methodology.
In my paper, I have done the research in the three phases. The primary phases is to develop the rack through the open source model, and second one is the in the primary phase I have done the systematic literature review doing the Prisma technique 2020, and Prisma there are lots of points to do the systematic literature review. And the second phase I have developed the open source model RAG model, and third that RAG model is the evaluation matrix like F1 score and lots of matrices are there to evaluate the RAG evaluation. Next, this is the Prisma flow diagram. Like in my study how I do the literature review, systematic literature review. So I followed the Prisma concept, the Prisma methodology for my research. And another one, next. And this one is the framework, basic framework of the GreyLit RAG, like what kind of technology and tools required to develop. Like in my study, I have collected 50 documents, grey literature documents from my department, Calcutta University, in the corpus, and then it goes to the chunking, phrasing, embedding model, and I have used the embedding all-mini version 2 model, and then after this is the retrieval, this is the ingestion part. In the retrieval part, I have got the embedding model vector ChromaDB also I have used, and for the generation I have used the Mistral 7DB quantized version, because quantized version is for the portable for our local machine, so that's why I have used the Mistral. And another one is in the user interface I use the Streamlit for the user interface, and for the orchestration I have used the LangChain. Okay, next. And this is the development of local open source RAG pipeline. So for the embedding model I have used all-mini version 2 for the sentence transformer, and for the vector database I have used the ChromaDB. For the language model I have used the Mistral 7D quantized model, and for the application and framework I have used the LangChain and the Streamlit for the user interface. Next. And why I have chosen, there are in open source there are many of the tools are there, but why I have chosen, so the justification and the features are I have mentioned in my paper, so you can go through it and you can check it out. Next. So this is the screenshot or snap picture of my pilot version of the LibRack chatbot. So this is the picture like I have been developed this in my local machine from my laptop. Like there is a document upload is there, status is also there, and about also there. We can clear it out. So this is the interface of the LibRack chatbot. Okay, so we can put our local document, so it will directly fetch it, and they divided in the from the splitter, it will chunk and goes to the vector database. Then we can retry, and through the generation model we can generate to our local database like a Mistral also we can use for the local LLM, and generation model we can use the API also. There are two types of generation models there. We can use the API which is use the token based, and another one is like our local transformers there. Like Olama is providing lots of local transformers for generation model. Okay, so this is the user interface. Next. So I have asked the question like I have collected our departmental grey literature like local documents. Like we have done the seminars and workshops are there. So I have put lots of seminars and workshops brochure and flyers. From there I have asked like what is the registration fees of the national seminar, because there are lots of seminar and brochures are in my databases. So it directly gives the answer within a second. Like I have asked what is the registration fees of my national seminar. So there is they are giving in the bullet form. Okay. So commendable address and students.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you
and
for your kind description. And really so many effort he has put, so queries can be asked, and he has already.
Sir, this is the pilot version, sir. Yes, sir. In the further I am also doing lots of research, and thank you PSN sir and Narayan sir, because I have went to the AIML tools there, so I have developed this RAG technology, and I am literally working on it, and I am very willing to do further more research on this topic, sir. Thank you very much.
Listen to another large language model papers on enhancing displays with large language model.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Designing an integration framework using the model context protocol by empowering academic communities. This paper will be presented by Sunita Parikh and G.J.P. Dixit. Are they present here? Sunita Parikh madam or J.G.P. Dixit? Are you here? Okay, if they are not here, the next one is Tirtharaj Dasgupta, Madhumita Niyogi. Tirtharaj. And this paper is also co-authored by Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I am very privileged to be here at the oldest IIT of India, and to be able to present my research work is greatly a pleasure for me. So, I have written this research work entitled Enhancing the Space with Large Language Models, Designing an Integration Framework using the Model Context Protocol, which I have co-authored by my senior scholar Madhumita Niyogi and our respected Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay. Next slide. So first of all, we are very aware of what digital libraries are, what metadata is, so I will just skip this and I want to enhance that digital information has been very open to us and we are able to access it whenever we need. But, the next slide. But as we can see, most of the digital libraries like our own NDLI, Hathi Trust or Trove Digital Library all have such interface that is based on keywords, which can often be overwhelming for any novice user or someone. As we all know, since we have all have ChatGPT and various chatbots in our phone or in our machines, so we all are aware that an interactive chatting service is always more helpful and it increases the user experience. So I propose a model, next slide, please, where we have used Model Context Protocol to design a prototype for a conversational search system in digital libraries. Mainly for our use case, we have used DSpace 9 and to experiment different kinds of searching. So next slide. So here are some basic information about large language models, generative AI, AI agents, which are swarming around us all over the place for various tasks. And I have also introduced Model Context Protocol and the basic architecture which involves MCP host. So basically for the front end we have used Cloud Desktop, which uses Cloud Sonnet LLM, and in the middleware we have got a local implementation of DSpace MCP server which connects directly with DSpace 9 using REST API connections. Next one. And here are some results. Since we have done subject searching for around AI security, it has given an interactive answer which is very helpful for us, and here I have shown author searching when we have searched by authors just in a form of interactive conversation in natural language. Next slide. This is an extra add-on that it can sort all the results according to date and according to alphabetical like this. And next slide. So here is a suggestion for NDLI or any other digital libraries who are going to implement this, that all the software they are using, they might have a REST API endpoint and they can implement it with their own digital libraries so that users' experience is much better in the later on in the future. So
Thank you, Tirtha. And content is good and even presentation is better. So let's listen again to another paper by Anjan Pal and co-authored by Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay. Anjan, already Tirtha has put a model, so follow that and be it fast.
I have given you. I have given you. Good morning, everyone. I am very glad to be present here to present my presentation. Myself, Anjan Pal. I am a PhD research scholar under the supervision of Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay in Kalyani University. The topic of my presentation is From Framework to Fluency, Mapping Learning Curves for ML Backend.
This research study presents an analysis of the ML supervised ML backends and the performances in terms of learning curves. Next, why the learning curves? The learning curve matters depends only four objectives: model diagnostics, diminishing returns, which is basically resource allocation, and the performance predictions of the models. And after the assessment of these models, we can get the best of the models. Next, in summary, we can say that the objective is that how to know what kind of what models requires what kind of data limit to provide optimal conditions in their efficacy conditions with respect to their retrieval matrices with respect to equal matrices like F1 F5 or NDCZ. F1 F5, which is a harmonic mean of recall and precision, and NDCZ normalized discounted cumulative gain. Next, we have collected the research data from OpenLS databases, around 6,50,000 research records from 2016 to 2023 we have collected, and this research data is segmented into two hubs, like all data sets and high to moderate data sets, which is basically the SDG score. The SDG score is aligned in SDG classification, and SDG score is attached is developed by Aurora SDG classifier by Aurora universities, and is attached with the OpenLS databases. And we have built only all data sets around 6,25,000 after the refinement in OpenDefine, and the process have done in OpenDefine, and the evaluation matrices are F1 and 5 and NDCZ. Next, after the shuffling of the training datasets, we have incremented the data after setting a set value, and we have collected the performances of these models and analysis the curves. This is a framework of ANI framework. We have utilized ANI framework for these purposes, and I am not going through the which models are in the ANI framework. This is basically lexical model and associative models. There are lexical models under MLLM and CWFSA, and associative models there are Sostex, TFWF, Omikuji, K-Means Classic, and Ensemble model, and there is NN neural network model. Next, and the computer results work. Next, this is a snapshot of one model, SBC, support vector classifications, and we have seen that the blue line indicates the F1 and 5 results, where this stabilizes around the 0.24 to 0.4 points, and the NDCZ indicates red color, and it stabilizes around up to above 0.8 and under the 1 point. And x-axis defines records, and y-axis defines next metrics. Okay, sir. This is the assessment of the models and performance analysis. So, I have to say, neural network. Okay, sir. So for SDG categorization system, there needs a model which can perform in large data sets, and for multiple SDG levels with high accuracy. So we need learning curves for assessments of the models, and you can find our results to those. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Abhishek Mukherjee, after a nice presentation by Anjan Pal. Though it is technical one much, but he has already given the color scheme, made us understood. Abhishek, please.
Good morning, respected delegates, my seniors, colleagues and friends. My name is Abhishek Mukherjee. I have done my BTech in mechanical engineering and then worked in an MNC for 5 years. But my dream for books brought me to this profession, and I am working as a librarian in a public library for past 2 years. So when I visited public library, I saw there 3 main problems prevailing for many decades. First, unused for old and orthodox library registers to track functioning, lack of skilled human resource and very minimal funds, and no tracking of progress and user interest.
So in today's world, all these problems can be addressed using AI and machine learning, which I will be briefing you through my research paper. So let's introduce it. Public libraries are backbones which are facing fund issues, book procurement issues, and many others. Using a proposed AI will offers efficiency, transparency, and optimization. Next slide, please. So my paper objectifies and centralized AI-driven server-based tool or application. The application will be capable of generating state-wise trend and graphical reports, use of metadata to create list of books and material being used, appointment and AI-based chat modules to increase inter-library communication. Mainly, a librarian from West Bengal can take inspiration from the reports and improvements of libraries of Kerala. Next slide, please. So the methodology used here is approach, data collection, AI engine, and then collaboration, which is both appointment-based and interface-based. Next slide, please. So the data collected is mentioned in the slide. I have used 3 libraries, public libraries, and taken the collected data of visitor demographics, book circulation patterns, section-wise usage and new acquisition, and the analysis is done by AI engine. Next slide, please. So let's come to the simplified internal AI data processing. Here you can see on the first slide, in that library A, B, and C will have to fill in the inputs each day of the circulation in Koha or DSpace, and the CSV file that has been generated. We have already developed an add-in which will be incorporated easily into Excel, and that file will have details like number, book acquired, other details, and then synchronized to a central server. The central server would then process it to embedded AI engine. The AI engine will synthesis data and will present insight on the dashboard on demand. So you can ask that what the AI engine might be. So we have used a free base, that is Airbyte. There is another piece available, that is AWS Glue also, that is available, which doesn't need a server base. If you have a better budget, then you can use paid models like Google Cloud BigQuery, that is SQL based, and that is the biggest benefit, that it can be incorporated with Gemini. Microsoft Azure Data Factory, that is ADF, is another best thing to use for this. So next slide, please. So the TV shows interlibrary data on demand dashboard of a library. He is comparing 3 different libraries. In the first, you can see library B fiction section is lesser than A and B libraries. So library B can see the trending books in those libraries and try acquisition of those books and thus ensure fund utilization on proper way. On the right, bar graph shows similar comparison on a chart. On the next image, you can see a library can find out which sections are being underutilized and can take measures to invest more on those sections and take measures to improve those in that very section very well. Next slide, please. So coming to the findings and expectations, we find that efficient fund management can be done, improved collaboration development can be done, higher user engagement is there, stronger interlibrary connections can be there, and there will be increased transparency in the future. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I just want to say that we Indians work in a motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the whole world is our family. Let's do it as Sarva Granthalaya Kutumbakam, that is all libraries are one family and get connected all over and produce results which can be used further in better collaboration and make better productions from here. So thank you, that's all for my paper. Next slide.
Thank you, Abhishek, for nice presentation. But I have every doubt whether this much analytics comparison among libraries, whether it would increase our efficiency or output at all. Next paper would be presented by P.J. Jha, Krishnamurti Chavan, and Mr. M.G. Srikumar. Academic libraries in the age of generative AI, challenges, opportunities, and pathways. So many challenges have already discussed. Some more challenges may be put there. Are they here? P.J. Jha, Krishnamurti Chavan, and M.G. Srikumar. Thank you all for nice presentations, and within time limit they have tried a lot, and some of them might have described the LLM engine with their mechanism, but however some of them have already tried with some data and some innovative ideas for application in libraries they have made. I thank all of them for their nice presentation. Please.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chair, Professor Dr. Durgashankar Roth, invited speaker, Dr. Samir Kumar Jalal, Rapporteur Dr. Deepa Rai, and respected audience and dear participants, thanks to everybody. First of all, our invited speaker delivered his speeches and presents the paper entitled Designing AI Assistant for Academic Libraries, Enabling Database Interaction Using MCP Architecture. In his paper, he presents the transition of academic libraries, changing pattern of collection development from print collection to digital collections and AI architecture. His presentation was very nice and also latest architectural oriented. Indeed, he also mentioned some challenges and some limitations also. In a technical session under the theme Emerging Technologies in Digital Libraries, 6 papers are presented here. All of the 6 authors presented their papers nicely. As time is very short, I mean the lunch time, so I cannot explain their presentation more. In conclusion, I express my gratitude to my respected professor, Dr. Soumen Mollik sir. I think he is present here. Sir, Dr. Soumen Mollik, Sir, Professor Dr. Soumen Mollik, I bow down my head. As he is present here, heartily thank to the organizing committee to arrange such an international symposium. A special thanks to Dr. B. Shuttadar, as he invited us, not only invited us, but also takes necessary steps to bring us physically here. For his strongest initiatives, our university authorities issued GEO and High Commission of India issues conference visa urgently. On behalf of Bangladesh, I also thank formally to the organizing committee as they honored us as an international guest. Please give a big hand for Bangladeshi guest, Dr. Madhusudan Haldar, and please stand up, and Mr. Subir Kumar Pal from Sylhet University and Borishal University. Thanks all of you, sir.
Now, Subratananda, kindly conclude the session.
So, first of all, I would like to thank all the paper presenters for your tremendous work and presented your paper so nicely before our dignitaries. Now, I would like to request Dr. S.K. Jalal sir and Samradha Rai sir, our invited speaker, to come on the dais, and I request Dr. Durgashankar sir to present a memento. Miss Manali ma'am, please. Now I request all the paper presenters to come on the stage one by one, and I also would like to request our dignitaries to present a memento to all the paper presenters respectively. Please. please come on the stage one by one. All the paper presenters, I would like to request. Yes. Starting कहाँ? Okay. First, अरे नहीं, इनका नाम क्या है? अब तीर्थराज, मिस्टर तीर्थराज दासगुप्ता. Your name? Okay. Mr. Anjan Pal. Okay. Mr. Pawan Pal. ये का नाम मिस्टर अभिषेक मुखर्जी. Dr. Sanjay Singh, please come. Rajesh Kumar. Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir. Mr. Mir was early, I think he is not here. Okay, we will distribute later. Now we extend our heartfelt thanks to our invited speaker, Dr. Samir Kumar Jalal sir, session chairperson, Professor Durga Shankar Raj sir, co-chair, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Sarkar sir, now and rapporteur, Dr. Deepa Roy ma'am, and all our distinguished presenters for sharing their valuable insights and research contributions. हो गया सर, हो गया. ये कंक्लूड हो गया, जस्ट कंक्लूड करना हो गया. Okay. So,
hello, the next session will start at 2 o'clock. Start 2 o'clock.
Now the session is hereby concluded. Thank you all.
And we would like to, yes, we want Suprada sir to be with him. And now it is time to felicitate Dr. Vandari from IIT Mandi. So this talk is essentially the invited speaker who will be joining with us. They will be on online mode. So I guess we are getting ready.
first one.
A is good.
ये पहले कल करना है ना? हाँ. So start with Sumit Kumar Pal. Okay. So after that online. Okay. All right. हाँ ठीक है हाँ. Okay. The first presenter is Mr. Shobir Kumar Pal, librarian, Sylhet Agriculture University, Bangladesh. Yes, please speak. Five. Dr. Suprada. 10 minutes, 7-8 minutes.
Thank you. By the grace of Almighty God, Goddess Ma Saraswati. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, esteemed organizers, distinguished experts, and fellow participants. It is deep honor to stand before you today at the 4th International Symposium on Knowledge Engineering and Digital Library Design hosted by the Central Library, IIT Kharagpur, in collaboration with the National Digital Library, India, NDLI. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. B. Sutradhar, Organizing Secretary, the Organizing Committee, and accepting this invitation and for entrusting me with the privilege to speak at this technical session. Thank you, sir. Digital knowledge creation and sharing is the process of generating, organizing, and disseminating knowledge using digital tools and platforms. It is a critical component of digital knowledge management and enabling organizations, communities to capture, distribute, and utilize their collective expertise to drive innovation, improve performance, and foster continuous learning. This process involves creation, organization, knowledge management system, collaboration, communication tools, interactive and visual tools, social learning platform, open access, responsibilities, benefits of digital knowledge creation and sharing, increase productivity, enhance innovation, better decision retention and institutional knowledge, improve employee engagement. The changing landscape of knowledge. We are living in an era where knowledge is not merely consumed. It is continuously created, reshaped, and shared across digital boundaries. The library, once viewed as a static storehouse of information, has become a dynamic hub of digital knowledge creation and dissemination. The concept of digital knowledge creation and sharing captures the very soul of our time. How ideas are generated collaboratively, structured, intelligently and shared institution through technology. This transformation has been propelled by information and communication technology, changing not only how information is stored and retrieved, but how knowledge itself is conceptualized. A recent study published in the International Journal of Scientific Development and Research observed that new technologies have always been of interest for libraries, both increasing quality of service and improving operational efficiency. Indeed, ICT has engineered the entire life cycle in information from its creation, its global accessibility. The backbone of digital knowledge creation lies in electronic resources like e-resources. One scientist defines an e-resource as any information product delivered electronically, either textual, graphical, or multimedia that requires computer access. E-resources include e-books, e-journals, e-database, and digital responsibilities. But beyond their definition lies their transformative impact. They democratized access to information and allowed knowledge to move at the speed of thought. In earlier times, librarians curated collection. Now we curate connection between people, discipline, and data. Digital repositories and consortia like India, Instance, Delnet, in our Bangladesh University Digital Library, LICUB, Library of Consortium of Bangladesh, present is evaluating, linking thousands of institutions, millions of documents, and countless learners in one shared digital universe. The process of creating digital knowledge goes beyond digitization. It involves generating new content through digital research, open access publishing, and collaborative authorship, tackling knowledge using multimedia or unique metadata, ontology, and knowledge graph, enabling machine understanding formats through knowledge engineering and semantic web technology. This synthesis of human intellect and digital infrastructure creates what we may call a knowledge ecosystem, a living, involving system where ideas are born, linked, and reinterpreted for collective participation. In many ways, every click on annotation, database, and contribution is part of digital knowledge creation. When a student or researcher uploads a thesis, a librarian designs metadata, and researcher shares preprints, they contribute to the expanding digital commons of human understanding. Libraries have become architects of connectivity. They facilitate and transition from individual learning to collective intelligence, ensuring that digital knowledge is accessible, authentic, and sustainable. Let us recall some of the key needs and advantages of e-resources and outline the scientist work, which beautifully align with our theme of sharing, like multimedia access, speed of functionality, content diversity, storage and longevity, cost effectiveness and sustainability. Knowledge sharing is the network age. The 21st century has given rise to what we might call the network intelligence of libraries. Through institutional responsibilities, consortia, and operations initiatives, libraries have transcended walls and borders. Digital knowledge sharing now takes place across multiple layers. Institutional sharing, universities share theses and research papers globally by platforms such as India, Sadaganda, or internationally, and deep space. Consortial sharing, academic consortia like Influence, LICUB, UDL, subscription to expensive database, enabling resource security. Let us
Suraj Babu, you have 2 minutes only. Okay, please finish within 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Now I think artificial intelligence is revealing how knowledge is created and shared, automatic metadata generation, producing users, a nation involving intelligence discovery. Artificial intelligence-based tools can now summarize the text corpora in seconds, translate academic materials across languages, identify emerging research trends through citation network analysis. According to IFLA, nearly 60% academic libraries worldwide have integrated all cataloging or search interface. The outcome of transformative knowledge becomes more visible, accessible, and inclusive. Our role today is not confined to collecting and organizing resources. It is to orchestrate and symphony of global knowledge exchange. We must involve into digital knowledge methods, guiding our users through the noise of data toward the light understanding. I believe the libraries of the future will be living organism responsive, adaptive, and collaborative, where every user, both learner and contributor, reader, are creator. Before I conclude, allow me to once again express my sincere thanks to Organizing Secretary Dr. B. Sutrodhar Sir, respected dignitaries and participants for their dedicated efforts in making this symposium a landmark event. This session and indeed and symposium reminds us that the true power of digital knowledge lies not in storage but in sharing, not in possession but in participation. Yesterday before, the director of IIT said, knowledge is not power, knowledge sharing is power. Actually, this is authentic and this is universal. As we continue our discussion today, let us remember that every innovation we develop, every system we design, and every connection we build a contribution to the shared architecture and human understanding. Let us create knowledge and travel freely, connect deeply, and inspire endlessly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you, Subir Babu, for your speech. Okay, it is indeed real. Now who is going to speak? Monojit Chaudhary. Professor Monojit Chaudhary.
I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's not good. Okay, I mean a bit of adventure. So it's my pleasant duty and it's really a great pleasure to introduce Professor Monojit Chaudhary. Before going for a formal introduction, so I can tell you he is a kind of working library. If you're talking about library, so you can talk about any topic under the sun and he can give you a very coherent idea about that topic in any place. So not only that, he has got some other very good qualities like picking up research problems which are not really picked up by not in a normal course. So for example, his initial days research includes evolution of language, how a language system evolves over time as it goes through different social cultural changes. So that is a kind of research problem nobody kind of in his or her initial days will be taking as a research problem, but he took that courage to work on that problem and solve that problem to a very greater extent. And after that, he moved to Microsoft Research, where he worked as a principal scientist for quite a long time. And his contribution there involves working with Indian language systems and trying to solve the natural language processing related issues that pertains to Indian language. Recently, he has moved to Muhammad bin Zayed University of AI, where he is working as a kind of professor of natural language processing. And apart from many other interests, so he is now working on the connection between culture and AI. So he is trying to look at AI in the lens of culture as well as culture in the lens of AI. I guess that would be the kind of tone of his talk today. Without much further delay, because we have already delayed by some time, I will hand it over to Professor Monojit Chaudhary to present his interesting talk.
Since we are talking of NDL, which is all about knowledge, library is all about knowledge. So I want to talk about some of our recent work in the intersection of knowledge and culture, of course using AI systems. So in recent times, there has been a lot of interest in AI and culture, more specifically large language models or LLMs and culture. And this graph shows the number of papers that has been published in different quarters, starting from 2020 Q4 to 2024 Q2. So it's 1-year-old statistics. Even then, you can see the exponential rise in papers which talk of LLMs and culture. And most of these papers talk about, or the conclusion that they get is that LLMs are biased towards Western culture. Can I request you to mute the mic on your end, the microphone? There's an echo coming in.
Switch off the light.
Okay. Okay, now it's better. Okay, thank you. And I hope you are able to listen to what I'm saying. Okay. So yes, so the most of the things are about this general statement that LLMs are biased towards Western culture. We'll come to what Western culture means and all that. But in general, right, when we talk of culture, make such statements like Western culture, Indian culture, we are talking of some common set of behavior of a group of people. So for instance, let's say this particular diagram that I'm showing here, it shows Africa. So we might talk about African culture. And to test about African culture, we might create a lot of questions specific to that culture. What kind of dress they wear, what kind of food they eat, and so on and so forth. What kind of value systems they have. So people have been looking at a lot of these culture-specific benchmarks to test whether LLMs understand the world equally well, have knowledge about all parts of the world equally well. However, there's a problem with this view, and this is what I want to argue for. The problem is, this is a very stereotypical view of culture. When we are talking of a particular behavior that a group of people have, we are always stereotyping, let's say, things like Indians eat or like to eat biryani. Bengalis love rasagullas. These are maybe on average, I mean, I don't have the statistics, but if we do some huge statistical study, maybe yes, on average, this is true that a huge fraction of Bengali population might like rasagullas. But you really cannot generalize it to everybody, right? Any such generalization will be stereotyping. And that is the current problem with the research in at the intersection of AI and culture. However, there is a history to it. It's not that AI scientists have invented this kind of stereotyping. This kind of stereotyping actually comes from anthropology literature itself. Anthropologists are people who study culture, but also there are criticisms of this view in anthropology itself. So one classic case of such stereotyping is value system. So this graph actually shows, it's very interesting. It's called the World Value Survey or the Inglehart-Welzel World Cultural Map. So it divides the value systems around the world across two axes. It plots it across two axes. One is survival versus self-expression values, and one is traditional versus secular values. Self-expression values are more like individualistic societies, and survival values are more like family-oriented or community-oriented societies. And similarly, traditional are more, again, you give more importance to prevalent traditions, including religion and things like that, whereas secular is more, as you understand, like no specific tradition which is important, but you want to be more inclusive across all traditions and all religions and things like that. Now, if you see, there was a survey with 300 questions and probably 10,000 people chosen from all these different countries, 50 different countries. And based on thorough analysis, they modeled each country as a point here. So India is somewhere in this region. So this is India, exactly where the red dot I'm showing. And then you can see the Nordic countries are here, Anglo-centric countries are here. And when people say, let's say LLMs are biased towards Western culture, when you ask these 300 questions to the LLM and what kind of answers these large language models or AI systems give, you will see those answers. And if you want to map LLM, it will fall somewhere here. So it's more English-centric or Western. And the reason is not surprising. Most of the data that LLMs are trained with is in English and other European languages. So naturally, this is the thing that people have observed. Now, the problem though is culture, and when we talk of people from different parts of the world, it isn't a monolithic thing. So to give an example, So to give an example, consider all researchers, right? The set of all researchers. And then the set of all natural language processing researchers. So all researchers in the world will have some culture. I mean, this is important to understand that culture is not necessarily geography. So we talk of corporate culture, we talk of urban versus rural culture. So it can be assigned to any group of individuals, like I said. So group of all researchers, then group of NLP researchers, the group of, let's say, machine translation researcher, which is a subgroup. And at all these levels, you can define certain behaviors. However, the problem is, now consider the set of all women, right? So women also, people have studied gender and culture. So, but if you consider this intersection of machine translation researchers and women, or women machine translation researchers, then the question would be, do they have a specific culture? And what I'm trying to get at is we all individually is at an intersection of various identities. I'm an Indian, I'm a researcher, I'm a man, I'm a certain age group, and all these shapes my identity, my behavior. So culture is not a monolithic thing, right? It's not that I share everything with all other Indians just because I'm from India. So how do we model this complexity in AI? So that's the question that I'm going to try to answer today. But also, if you think of why I want to answer this question, why this is so important, it is important because culture and language, and I'm talking of large language models here or chatbots here, interact in various ways. So when I talk to anybody, for instance, when I'm giving this talk here today, I'm assuming already certain things you know and certain things that you may not know. And that is what we call aboutness, or that's what we call common ground. So what I know, you know. For instance, whenever I go and talk to Indian, I might just assume that this person knows who is Sachin Tendulkar. This person knows who is Narendra Modi. This person knows who is Rabindranath Tagore. But when I'm talking to a Bengali, I will make all these assumptions, but I will also make an assumption that this person knows, let's say, who is Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay. But I won't make that assumption for an Indian, right? Any Indian probably won't know Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay, even though they might know Rabindranath Tagore. So I have that knowledge in my mind, and that knowledge of common ground helps me so much in everyday communication, because otherwise all communication will fail, right? So that's the importance of culture in some sense, or establishing this common ground. The second is aboutness. What are the kind of things which people would enjoy or like to talk to? There are certain cultures which might like to, or certain groups of people who might like to talk more about food. There might be other groups of people who might love to talk more about cricket. In fact, another stereotype people make about India is cricket, Bollywood. These are the two things, and religion. Religion meaning more like astrology and rituals and those kind of things, which Indians typically like to talk about. So this is what we call aboutness. And it is also very important, because if you want to drive a proper communication and conversation and make the other person engaged or interested, you need to know aboutness. You have to have an idea of the aboutness. And third is, of course, objectives and values. I just talked about value systems, right? So what values you have, what kind of objectives you want to achieve from a conversation, these also are guided broadly by culture. And these are all very important in any interaction, human to human, face-to-face interactions, in a talk-like setting like this, but also, therefore, human to machine interaction. So these are all very important for AI. And that's why people are extremely interested in modeling culture properly. But as I said in the previous slide, culture is very difficult to describe, and we all fall at the intersection of multiple cultures. So keep this in mind. And what I'm going to do in the talk is, first I will do a case study. I'll talk about a case study, our recent research, where we ask this question of how much cultural common ground does large language models have? So this is the first question, which is similar to how other people have looked at the problem in the past. But we'll do something differently. We'll look at more individual level rather than a country level. And I'll come to it in a moment. Then we will ask, since it's a very long tail problem. By long tail problem, I mean, at what level do you go to understand the culture of a person, right? Is the city the person is born in? Is the household? Is it the gender? What combination? So this is a very hard problem. And how can ideally we solve this using AI? And how does knowledge come into play? Here is what this first study will connect, right? Because common ground is all about what we know and what we don't know. This is a work that's done with a lot of people. I will specially call out Shogoto Shah, who is a postdoc in my lab, and Saurav Kumar Pandey, who contributed the bulk of the work that's mentioned here. And it was also supported by Microsoft Research Grant. Okay, so coming to the first question. Imagine a 13-year-old girl from Ethiopia is reading something from India. For this example, I have taken a restaurant review. It could be a book written by some Indian author which describes some local stories, right? Now, there will be certain things that this person understands from this review and certain things which this person may not. For instance, this person may not understand names like Gujia and Rabri. This person may not understand metaphors like which will surely remind you of childhood Holi. And sometimes there are, this is a typical American or Western way of saying want to. Of course, this is common in Gen Z, in cities, in most part of the world today. But maybe a girl from a village in Ethiopia may not understand this, right? And then, in order to make better sense of this text, we might describe it in ways that this person can understand. For instance, you might say, okay, Gujia is a fried sweet like a coconut stuffed dabokolo. So dabokolo turns out to be an Ethiopian sweet. I really don't know if this is correct, by the way. This was generated by ChatGPT because I don't know much about Ethiopian cuisine. Similarly, it can say Holi is a festival similar to Mescal where blah, blah, blah happens. And this might help this person to understand what is being said here. So we want to build such a tool, which we call Culturally Yours. It's a cross-cultural reading assistant that tries to explain these items, which we call culture-specific items, in a way that will be understandable to the user. This is how the tool looks like. You will download a plugin. The plugin will, on your browser, and it will ask you some questions, some very basic questions like age group, country, and where did you grow up, a city or a village. And then whatever you are reading, it will highlight things which you may or may not understand. It will also try to explain some of these things. So here the explanations are there. However, note that user can give feedback. So this is important. For instance, just because I'm a Bengali, I may not actually know Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay. Or just because you are not a Bengali, you might still know who is Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay because you have studied literature extensively from around the world, right? So how the user interacts, this is where the long tail comes in. Like, you cannot just make assumptions. Culture is a good prior to start assuming. Culture meaning things like somebody's country, somebody's age group are good priors to make assumptions, but you should not stick to those assumptions. So how the user gives feedback is user might say, oh no, this is not unfamiliar to me. Or maybe you did not highlight this part, but this is actually unfamiliar to me. By giving this feedback, the system behind, which is, I'm not going to talk about the details of how the system works, but in short, it's what we call an LLM agent, and it tries to build a cognitive map of the knowledge of the user. And this is where very interesting research questions come, like how we model knowledge of the world. How do we, if somebody says they know Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay but is not from Bengal, what should I assume about this person? Should I assume this person typically knows a lot about Bengali literature, or should I generalize further that this person typically knows more about literature? And why literature? This person typically knows about important people. how do I generalize? So itself is a very interesting cognitive question of, how knowledge operates in the world, and something which we are actively working on today at MBCUI. But I'm not going to get into the details of that. Here, what I'm going to talk about is more like how we made this tool. Now, how do we evaluate it, and how does the tool, because this tool is based on LLMs, so essentially current AI system, how current AI system can solve this problem, or can it, and where does it fail? And this is where things become more interesting. So where do we find data for testing this system? So we went to Goodreads. Goodreads is a website where there are a lot of book reviews, and we collected 700 reviews of books from different countries. So these books come from Ethiopia, India, and USA. Books are great places where you have lots of details of cultures. And we also got people from 3 different countries through a crowdsourcing platform called Prolific, Mexico, India, and USA, to read those reviews and say what they understand and what they don't understand. So it's a classic, what we call a 3x3 study. And now let's see what we observe. First, I will tell you what we observe about humans, like the actual users. First is, let's start by looking at this side. So here we are plotting the agreement of the things which people say they don't understand, if they come from same country or different country. So what do you expect? We expect that 2 people coming from India would agree on what they don't understand, and will not agree so much with 2 people coming from 2 different countries, right? And this is what exactly we observe. Higher the number, more the agreement, right? So you see 2 people coming from India. So India and India, it's like this diagonal. So it's 26% agreement, 34% agreement between 2 Mexicans. But between a Mexican and an Indian, between a Mexican and an Indian, it's only 12% agreement. So this is our first, observation. However, the interesting thing is also that the agreement is not very high. 2 people from India doesn't agree 100% of the time. And this should not be surprising. This just should not be surprising, because we know that people have different knowledge structures. The other thing is, people from India, like this is a complex graph. In the interest of time, I will give you the observation instead of explaining the graph. So people from India typically find Indian book reviews more understandable, and they will find more CSIs or culture specific items which they don't understand in books from, let's say, Mexico, Ethiopia. So this is also something which is what we would expect. I want to give you one more final statistics before we move on to what happens with LLMs, which is that at least 80% of the cases, by cases I mean user book review pair, there was something cultural which was difficult for the user to understand, which means that cultural elements indeed hinder understanding or reading of any book, especially if the book is coming from a different culture that you are not familiar with. So that establishes the need for building such a tool. Okay, now how LLMs perform? So first, we did an experiment where we asked LLMs to, predict what a user of a certain age, certain country would not understand in this text, right? Exactly the same situation we created with humans. We took the human data and asked LLMs to suggest. And you see the agreement is not very high, typically. So let's not get into the details. So across models and countries, LLMs never get to beyond 30-40% accuracy. So LLMs really cannot predict very well, right? I mean, 30-40% is reasonable starting point. And as one would expect, GPT-4o does better. It goes almost 50%. However, it's not very useful. We have to do something on top of it. However, the more interesting thing is this. You remember human-human agreement, right? Coming from different countries. So what about human LLM agreement and LLM agreement? And this is what it shows. So between human and LLM, between human-human agreement, we find roughly around 14%. Like the previous numbers, if you average over all countries, etc., so it comes to around 14%. But when you see LLM human agreement, it is actually close to 0 or negative. So you might think, oh, here it is 40%, here it is negative. What does it mean? Remember that chance agreement, if you had randomly selected things, you will still get some right? So this is what is happening. LLMs are almost randomly selecting things and there is some agreement. But when you discount for the random agreement, you see that LLMs don't really agree with humans much. And this is true across countries. However, LLMs have pretty high agreement between themselves, as high as 45%, 48%. What it means? It means that LLMs have very stereotypical notion of people from India, what they will understand and not understand, people from USA, people from Mexico. And the stereotypes are very similar across LLMs. And by the way, we are also giving more inputs, right? Not only the country, we are giving the age group, all the inputs we collected about the user, we are giving it to the LLM. But LLM is not able to operationalize them. And this shows two things. First, there is an important need for, improving for personalization, because you can't, the stereotypings don't work. And second is LLM's behavior, especially for, the details are in the paper, but especially for countries like India, etc., when it comes to modeling knowledge, is extremely stereotypical. And we have to somehow move LLMs out of it if we were to make sure that they are not creating further divisions. Okay, so to summarize, what we observe from this study is all users belonging to a culture exhibit some of the prototypical behaviors of the culture. That's why humans agree to each other. It's not that humans coming from the same country don't agree on their knowledge gaps. However, no user exhibit all the prototypical behaviors. If they had, then there would be 100% agreement between two Indians, right? On the other hand, LLMs typically simulate culture based on stereotypical behavior, and they have much less diversity in their behavior. So this is the main observation. Now let's come to the last part of the talk, where I'm going to ask, what then is the ideal behavior that I'm expecting from LLMs, right? I said LLMs can personalize, but how should it personalize? What is that ideal behavior? So I have a video here, but given the complications of the sound system, etc., I'm not sure if it will play. So, and also in interest of time, I'll quickly summarize what the video actually was about. So video is about this person called Scully, who says he went to a park with Kelly, and his colleagues don't know who is Kelly. And they are sort of debating, is Kelly his dog or his wife? But this would be very rude to ask somebody, right? Is Kelly your dog or wife? So what they do is they ask different questions. What does Kelly like to eat? What does Kelly do during the daytime? And things like that. How often do you go to park with Kelly? What do you do in the park with Kelly? And trying to guess from this indirect question whether Kelly is his wife or his dog. But unfortunately, the answers were such that they were not able to do it. Finally, they give up and somebody just goes and asks, is Kelly your dog or wife? And the person gets very offended. So that's exactly how in real world culture operates. I don't know culture, all the cultures in the world. I will never know, right? None of us will know. But when we talk, we try to not be rude. And we have an awareness that, cultures around the world can vary across certain dimensions. For instance, I know people everywhere will feel hungry and people everywhere will have comfort food. But I may not know what the comfort food of a particular region of the world is. So that is what we call variational awareness. Knowing what I know and what I don't know, and certain broad abstract templates of, about people, about cultures, and so on. So the first thing we want to find out about LLMs or any AI system is, do they have variational awareness? This is very important. The second is, when we don't know something, we have strategies to ask questions or observe behavior and explicate this knowledge. So that's how we operate with people and also in alien cultures, in new cultures. And finally, once we know we have enough understanding of the culture, there might still be things which we don't want to do that their way, right? We want to do our way. For instance, let's say in India, we do namaste. In certain cultures, they do handshaking. In UAE, Emiratis, men, they touch nose to each other as a act of greeting. And in some cultures, they kiss each other as an act of greeting. Now, even though I know this, I may not be willing to do all this, right? So I might still stick to only handshake. And that is negotiation. So it doesn't mean if an LLM understands your culture, it has to behave according to your culture. You can come up to a common agreement, and the user and LLM should agree that this is the behavior we want from each other. And that's enough. So this, what linguists call, or psychologists actually call, social psychologists call metacultural awareness. So what we want in our models is not only knowledge of different cultures, but also this metacultural awareness, which will help it to personalize to any group of people, customize to any group of people, even to an individual, and can serve their needs at the best level. So with that, let me summarize or end the talk with 3 open questions. First is, I already said, there is this rich research ground for cognitively inspired models of epistemology for AI. And these models might vary, actually. How we look at epistemology is also pretty cultural, right? How knowledge is looked at in different parts of the world. And those can be very interesting lenses to look at how AI process knowledge and represent knowledge. Second is, in language, we have this strong sort of evidence that if you train a model very well in one language and give a little data in another language, it can actually start doing much better in the other language, simply because whatever it has learned in the first language, right, knowledge, operates across languages. So it really doesn't matter which language. If I know what is the capital of India, if you ask me in Arabic and I know Arabic, I can answer that question. If you ask me in Hindi, I know Hindi, I can answer that question. So knowledge can be transferred across languages. So this is called cross-cultural transfer, cross-lingual transfer. Now the question is, can cultural elements also be transferred? And this is a very interesting question in anthropology. Many people have asked this before, but it's not a very, it's called structural anthropology, but that's not a very popular field of research. But with AI, we might rejuvenate, start reworking. Hello, sir. Hello. Yes. Please conclude. Yeah. Another 2, 3. Please take another 2, 3.
Sure, I'm done. This is my last slide. And from an LLM's computational point of view, it's an interesting question to ask that, is there any difference between modeling culture versus modeling moral values and modeling things like common sense reasoning? Probably they are all similar type of modeling, right? So these are some of the questions at the intersection of knowledge, reasoning, culture, and language, which is what I'm very interested in. And with that, let me stop. And it's like I said, it's a work of a lot of people. So thanks to them, and thanks also to you organizers for giving me this opportunity to present this work. Thank you.
Which initially we have some problem. Now it has been sorted out. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Thank you. We are thankful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sir, this is for, sorry. Hey, good day. চলে গেছে। Professor Chaudhary, are you there? Professor Chaudhary? Yes, please, 1 minute.
And we will send you by post. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Sutradhar, Librarian here.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
One physical presence in IT Kharagpur. We have received your address and then we'll send it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Our next speaker is Professor Nicola Ferro, University of Padua. Sir, are you there?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, good morning, Nicola. So we are apologies for the delay. We are happy to have Professor Nicola Ferro. He is a full professor of computer science at the department at the University of Padua in Italy. He heads the Intelligent and Interactive Information Access Lab and the Information Management Systems Lab at Systems Department at the University of Padua. His research interests are in information retrieval, digital libraries, and experimental evaluation of multilingual information access. He was one of the founding members of the Delos European Digital Library Consortium and the CLE platform for evaluating information access platform of the European Digital Library. So welcome, Professor Ferro. The stage is set for you. Thank you for your presence.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Guys, do you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you.
Okay, and can you see my screen? Okay, cool. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm really happy to give a talk to you, and it's a real honor to be back in the digital library realm. I apologize. I will rush a little bit because I have to leave in 15 minutes maximum. There is a problem at the department this morning, so I cannot move beyond the expected end of the session. But I will try to deliver the main message. I'm going to talk about experimental evaluation in information retrieval, but it is important to understand that everything about evaluation and most of things about information retrieval have started in digital libraries. In particular, the framework the paradigm we adopt today in information retrieval is the Cranfield paradigm for evaluation. And this stems back from the 60s and from libraries. So let's talk a little bit about evaluation. In general, when we need to evaluate systems, we look at two aspects. One is efficiency and the other is effectiveness. Efficiency is speed, memory, disk usage, CPU usage, etc. So this is a very engineering-oriented view, and it's common to all areas of computer science. So when in information retrieval or information access in general, we talk about evaluation, we always have an eye on efficiency and we measure it, but our main focus is effectiveness. So how good how useful are the results provided for the end user. It can be the results of a search engine, it can be the results of a digital library, it can be the results of a recommender system. And this is quite different from efficiency alone. So it's more about the utility delivered to users. Why do we need to measure effectiveness? Because there is a lot of vagueness in the retrieval process. User information needs, queries are really very approximate statements about what the user is looking for, and they are maybe not fully specified, they may be inconsistent, or even somehow leading to wrong items. The documents in natural language, they also have a lot of vagueness. So when we need to match vague information needs to vague documents, there is a lot of uncertainty in between. So it's not a deterministic process like retrieving records from a relational database, but it is a best match effort. And this is why ranking is always involved in information retrieval and information access, because it's about the best estimate of relevance for the system. Why? And so we need to measure these, and this requires typically humans to be involved. The very idea of the Cranfield paradigm was by Cyril Cleverdon in the 60s. He was a librarian, and he was working at the Cranfield College in the UK, and he needed a way to evaluate two alternative indexing strategies. And I mean, I'm talking about indexing strategies in a pure librarian style, so subject indexing. And so he came up with this idea of creating an experimental collections where they have where we have a corpus of documents. In the case of Cleverdon, they were abstracts of aeronautics papers. We have topics which represent information needs, so the kind of queries the users may need to ask on those documents. And then we have relevance judgments, which are human-made assessments saying this document is relevant or not for this topic. And with these three elements, it was possible to compare in a fair way alternative indexing strategies, because you run the two indexes strategies on the same experimental collection, so on the same documents, corpus, topics, and relevance judgments, and you can measure with some evaluation measure which strategy is best. And very important, this setup, at least in principles, ensures comparability, because we confront things on the same ground, and reproducibility, because you can run the same experiment over and over. So everything here started in libraries. So this is having a clear setup is very important, because it allows us to have a scientifically valid framework where we can develop a valid methodology, design valid evaluation measures, and we can apply proper statistics and statistical analysis. It's important to understand that at the time of Cleverdon, we were working with a few hundreds or a few thousand abstracts, etc. So everything was a small scale. Nowadays, we need to be really large scale, because in the web, but also in many domains, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of documents, for example, in PubMed or any other library, or billion of documents in the case of web. And this is a challenge, because this framework needs to be scaled in a way to remain statistically sound. The important thing to understand about evaluation is that it must be realistic for your audience. So you really need to build evaluation starting from stakeholders, task, use cases, and then derive the corpora, the topics, the relevance judgment, the evaluation measures, so the technical part, because evaluation is for end users, for the stakeholders, and it must be understandable to your audience. So even in the library domain, it's very difficult to, very different to evaluate a library about medical content and a library about legal content, because the kind of tasks we perform on these documents are different, the kind of use cases our stakeholders have are different. Even the notion of relevance can be different in the two cases. So we really need to design, instantiate this framework starting from our users. This framework has been implemented in large-scale evaluation campaigns around the world, and the first one was the TREC conference in USA, started by Don Harman in 1992, and then Helen Buriz took over, and nowadays is Ian Soboroff. After TREC and TCIR in Japan started in 1999, led by Noriko Kando, focusing on Asian languages, in particular Japanese, Chinese, but also a little bit of Korean, and then enlarging to other tasks and languages. In Europe, we had class created in 2000 by Carol Peters. Then I led it for 15 years, and since this year I'm over with my chairing, and Alberto and Alba are the new chairs of CLE. And basically CLE dealt with multilingual and multimodal information access in European languages. We also had a task on libraries and finding a catalog records in around 2008. One thing we are especially proud of is that in 2007 we hosted a task on Indian languages, bilingual English-Indian retrieval. The task leaders were Mandar and Prasenjit, and since 2008 this experience was transformed in FIRE, the Forum for Information Retrieval Evaluation, which is a really important initiative for Indian languages and also for very interesting tasks beyond just simple cross-lingual or multilingual retrieval. This is just to say how this simple, relatively simple idea of the Cranfield paradigm really originated a lot of infrastructure and a lot of work and very well identified communities over the years. So what did we achieve with this evaluation framework? We developed a lot of evaluation methodologies for the different use cases. We developed a lot of, maybe even too many evaluation measures, and these initiatives, these shared large-scale evaluation campaigns also produced massive collections which are available to all of us nowadays for conducting experiments. And it also delivered the possibility of developing new information retrieval and information access models which were evaluated on these corpora, and to develop major systems. In information retrieval, we are lucky because we have really libraries which are off-the-shelf IR systems like Terrier or Lucene, which can be really used by both academia and the industry. It also has an economic impact. In 2010, TREC conducted a study, and basically they estimated in $30 million the investment by US government in about 20 years of TREC, and they estimated the return on investment between $3 and $5 for each invested dollar. So this is an extremely high ratio because it means a return on investment between $90 and $150 million, which is extremely good, and it can give you an idea of the importance of proper evaluation, not only from an academic research point of view, but also from an economical and industrial point of view. And now, what happens now that we have in the generative AI era? So we often hear that information retrieval is dead, or we ask ourselves if information access is dead because now everything seems to be chat, GPT, and generative AI. But the reality seems to be a little bit the vice versa, because one of the biggest tasks nowadays, retrieval augmented generation, which goes the opposite way. We need to have good retrieval in order to feed an LLM generative AI to make it producing good answers in which sense? Answers which are up to date, because updating is a big problem for this kind of system. So if we inject fresh retrieval results, we update the knowledge represented in these systems, and we try to mitigate the hallucination problem. Providing good retrieval results gives a prime on the prompting, and hopefully this reduces the hallucination in the generation of answers. One other thing is, do we always need to ask ourselves do we always need generation? I mean, even if RAGS does what it does and is effective at its purpose, but is retrieval dead? Or because now we will always need a generation, or is not really the case? And here again, libraries and knowledge comes to rescue, because guys, generation in some sense is like having a teacher in your class always explaining you stuff, because even in RAG, the system goes, retrieves results, and summarizes them in an explanation provided to you. So this is very useful. It's like having a teacher. But in many cases, you don't want a teacher, just someone who tells you a story. You want to go to the source and read the books yourself. So again, I guess that there is still room for retrieval for this kind of reasons. The other big challenge for us in the area is, okay, Cranfield is a super powerful paradigm, and it lasted for more than 60 years now, which is incredible for computer science. The point is that it assumes somehow static collection, a world where you can take a snapshot of something. Clearly, generative AI is very dynamic, and generated answers are different from list of documents, etc. So it is really an unsolved question how to adapt the Cranfield paradigm for evaluating RAG or generative AI, and if it is only a matter of adaptation, or we really need to come up with a completely new paradigm, which is obviously not trivial. The other aspect where generative AI enters in evaluation is relevance assessment. Clearly, doing relevance assessment is a labor-intensive task, because ideally you have a human reading a document in response to a query and deciding if the document is relevant or not. This is one of the big costs and the bottlenecks in building experimental collections. So the natural idea is, why not to ask LLM to judge documents? Again, here we have many possible biases. Some of them have also been discussed in the previous talk about culture in general, because first of all, we can have bias in doing relevance judgment towards some user groups or culture, etc., because these are embedded in the LLM, which can be worse and become a problem of resilience against misinformation. But then we can also have a judgment bias towards a particular LLM, which is the LLM we are using. And actually, if an LLM is so good in assessing relevance, why not use it directly as a retrieval system to produce the results? If you are so able to tell if this is relevant or not, at this point retrieve the results for me, which we know is not really happening, since we need the RAG and all that stuff. And again, here we may have problems with trustfulness, hallucinations, and all the limitations of this technology. So when we talk about judgments with LLM, actually we talk about a spectrum of collaboration which goes from fully automated, possibly not a very good idea, to fully human judgment. And probably the right solution will be something in the middle, like a model in the loop or a human in the loop, even if also these cases are not trivial, because a model in the loop can help the users, but can also bias them, because if they trust the LLM, they may always believe in what is answered and not perform really good relevance judgments. Reproducibility is a big problem in science, but it's even a bigger problem when it comes to large language models, because they are black boxes nowadays, and we are not able really to understand how to rerun experiments in a valid way. This also brings down to a more fundamental scientific issue. Usually when we do science, we do factorial combination of experiments, so we control all the possible variables and we do combination of these variables. But LLMs are so huge, so heavy, and so black boxes that is not possible to do this sort of systematic evaluation. And this really challenges our knowledge accumulation process. Finally, to me, one question is, okay, all of this is great, etc., but here you have the definition of information retrieval by Salton, and you can see that it basically shares a lot of with what you would like to have from a digital library. So this is the way we always imagined this information access system, to structure, to analyze, to organize, to storage knowledge in order to enable search and retrieval. My question is, okay, if we look at Transformer, where is all of this? Where is the organization? Where is the storage? I mean, we know that there is memorization in these large language models, but it's possibly a very different kind of memorization from what we are used to. So to me, we really need to have a deeper understanding of what our ideas about information access have always been, what they become with transformers, and to what extent they are really supported and to what extent they are not supported, because what is not supported by these technologies, we possibly still need it, and we need ways to find, to support it.
Mr. Ferro?
Very much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So, sir, there will be a felicitation program by the librarian of Dr. Bablu Sutrodhar. Please, please. You will be felicitated by our respected librarian, Dr. Bablu Sutrodhar.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
So what I'll do, I'll send you, you have seen the personal address, I'll send you, you will receive it. But flower I can send it, because these are natural flowers. But this too I'll send you, very soon you'll receive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for a third lecture. We have enjoyed it.
Thank you. Have a nice meeting. Goodbye.
Our next invited talk will be delivered.
Knowledge graphs and LLM for intelligence search. And this one is so common and so needy. It's a multilingual chatbot interface where it's AI chatbot helping students in local languages. Also, this picture indicates the human in the loop annotation workflow. It's you can see also collaboration curation, and you can see the already IIT Kharagpur is installed this AI VR enabled virtual museum where you can integrate the virtual museum with libraries. So basically, these are the technical advancement of Library 5.0, and we have to also accept the challenge and ethical issues like the data security, AI bias suggestions, copyright and intellectual property, and the most common is professional oppositions. We all about to know about our job security purpose. And the last one is policy framework, because in government institutions during implementation of Library 5.0, so it's a need of conscious and clear framework. Where this is the scope of the study, like emphasizes human AI collaboration, ensures ethical oversight and quality assurance, promotes inclusivity and accessibility in global library, and also aims to develop intelligent and sustainable libraries using Library 5.0 model. So I have to conclude that the future of libraries lies in human AI collaboration, not in AI replacing human knowledge, and also integration of AI and human collaboration to transform library into dynamic and personalized knowledge units. References. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are sorry for that. Dr. Rama Pal. Question, sir? Please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Rama Pal, librarian at Loyola College. Today, I will present the utility of RFID technology in representing smart libraries. Libraries are evolving from traditional book archives into dynamic hubs for learning and collaboration, and RFID technology plays a key role in this transformation. My research objectives, third slide. The objectives of this research are first to understand the fundamentals and essential elements of RFID technology, second to illustrate how RFID works in library system, third to explore its integration with library management systems for improved efficiency, fourth to investigate how RFID helps design smart libraries, fifth to identify the various purposes and benefits of RFID, including automation and user convenience. Sixth, to analyze the role of ultra-high frequency RFID. Seventh, to explore additional RFID functions like security and analytics. And finally, to forecast the future of RFID in libraries and education. Methodology. The methodology followed a conceptual and analytical approach. We studied RFID fundamentals including tags, readers, and antennas, and examined RFID workflows in library operations. We analyzed system integration with library management systems and strategies for designing smart libraries. We also explored RFID multiple function assured ultra-high frequency RFID applications and synthesized insights to suggest practical implementation strategies. Data collection, I refer to online sources, journals, manuals, and reports on RFID and ultra-high frequency RFID. I also observed RFID processes in action in libraries, studied integration with library management systems, and documented various purposes and additional functions of RFID technology. Findings, the key findings of this data study are RFID improves efficiency by automatic check-in, check-out, and inventory management, reducing manual errors, integration with library management system, enables real-time tracking, and
Just finding after that, just.
yes. Okay, conclusion. In conclusion, RFID enhances library efficiency through automation and accurate tracking. Integration with library management systems enables smart automated library operations. RFID supports multiple functions including security, inventory management, user convenience, and data analytics. Finally, ultra-high frequency RFID and emerging trends indicate a promising future for educational libraries. In summary, RFID is a key technology driving the evolution of smart libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and we really back apology since we are unable to give time, and you know we are running out of time. We thank you, Bandhapadhyay sir, and it was a wonderful topic. It should be at least big at morning, at least because since we librarians are facing a lot of problems, so we could have got a lot of answer from you. And thank you all of you for your nice presentation, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.